Alright, hello everybody, and welcome to episode 1 of attempt 16 of Vintage Story. Now, every single playthrough we get better and better. After we ended up dying due to misadventure and biting off more than we could chew in attempt 15, the community and I, we did some research. We did some research on wearing armor and the potential of outrunning brown bears. Now, the conclusion that we came to is it's never exactly safe to encounter a brown bear. It's always going to be a potential death scenario. However, we did learn that if I'm a little bit careful and I have like favorable terrain in front of me, I can outrun a brown bear in nigh perpetuity, like close to perpetuity, right? I can keep ahead of him and outrun him for a while. And with that knowledge, we know that I can always end up like potentially retreating to one of my bear fighting positions. And we even tested it out. Playing as the blackguard, if I'm wearing armor, I can still outrun him. So it creates the possibility of me potentially wearing brown bear skin armor or black bear skin armor in the early game, being more protected against everything else, albeit less protected against the bear, right? So we're gonna start this new series with that understanding that armor is not necessarily a no-go. I can lean on it to some extent. Anyway, I put the water for a new coffee on just a moment ago. VSPD 16. Customized. The seed is also gonna be VSPD 16. 1 life is all we get. Okay, so when you play on Wilderness Survival, the creatures themselves don't gain any movement speed. Let's go with an 8-block prospecting pick node search radius. I'm gonna allow chiseling of stone, wood, and brick. We never got to enjoy any chiseling in the previous playthrough. God, you know what's crazy that I just noticed? The hunger rate is slightly faster in Wilderness Survival. So it's 125% baseline plus 30% from the Blackguard. That's crazy. I had no idea. There's one more setting I want to change. We need to allow liquid transport by buckets. And then we have to disable class exclusive recipes. And I think I'm just gonna write those down so I don't forget. I guess we don't need this anymore. The meteoric iron location in our previous seed. Okay, so vintage story settings. And we'll just put, what do you call it here? Player lives 1. Okay, player spawn and death, player lives 1. Survival challenges. Allow transfer of liquid source blocks. Prospecting pick node search radius of 8. And then class exclusive recipes, right? Oh, and chiseling, micro block chiseling. For stone, wood, and brick. And my coffee water is done. Well, 15 minutes of steeping and that coffee will be ready. So we have the microblock chiseling for stone, wood, and brick. Let's just make this clean. Yeah, we'll make little sections, little headings. Survival challenges. Allow transfer of liquids. Prospecting pick node search radius of 8. Microblock chiseling for stone, wood, and brick. Lastly, we have to go... I just want to have this written down so I never forget again. Multiplayer. Class exclusive recipes toggled to off. Okay, beautiful. That's it. We're ready. Now we just click apply and we are good to go. Let's hop in. I am very excited to get started. Is it cold in Czech? You already asked me that, Rain. Yeah, it is cold. It's not snowing or anything, but it is pretty chilly. You said you're in, what, Michigan? Or was that, I think that was MetaMetheus in the last stream who said he's in Michigan. Okay, Blackguard, here we go. The difficult one. Well, it looks like we have a verdant open plain nearby. Not too bad. I see cattails over there too. Grab a couple of these. Is there any horsetail near here? This is a very wooded forest. Holy shit, look at all these trees. I know, right? A forest with trees. What kind of world have we come to? But I never actually see them this densely packed like that. Okay, flint, there we go. We're set to make our first tools. We have horsetail for healing. The reason why you need horsetail, particularly as a blackguard in the early game, is because your hunger is very strong and you don't want to make it stronger. When you're missing health, you actually trade your hunger to get health back. So if you can restore your health with the bandages, you bleed less hunger to health restoration. I'm trying to avoid enemy detection. Okay. I'm gonna have to be hyper aware of causing potential cave-ins on blocks. Let's grab these mushrooms. That's good starter food for us. It is nice to be back, isn't it, guys? Okay, let's make a knife. Might even make two. Because we're gonna have to collect a lot of cattail rhizomes, I think. Just to give us like a supplementary food source and help us out here in the early game. Okay. And then I'll make a shovel and an axe. Okay. And let's get started. Granite sand. Wouldn't have it any other way, I suppose. You're in Georgia, eh, Rain Check? MetaMetheus, that was you, eh? Okay. Michigan's cold as fuck from what I hear. Isn't Michigan, like, Winnipeg adjacent? I don't know. I have this vague memory of my step family being from Michigan. Isn't it in Winnipeg? I don't fucking know. Yeah, we gotta make some baskets. My inventory is already full, but getting these rhizomes now is gonna ensure that we have emergency food for later. And that we won't be desperate. Of course, I'll try to find whatever edible stuff I can, but I mean, in the event that we can't find anything, having those rhizomes can cover us for a while, you know? It may seem poor taste to rely on rhizomes, given the fact that you want cattails, but there's cattails everywhere. I can always transplant cattails from another place over to my base. All right, I think every 10 cattails is another storage container, like another weaved reed basket. So one more and we can make 2 baskets. So basically, Winnipeg is nowhere near. I figured I had the wrong idea on that. Okay. Now, these rhizomes are useless to us until we cook them. But we do have those 5 field mushrooms to provide us with a little bit of sustenance, and we also have 12 horsetail that we can use to make poultices to restore health, making us bleed less hunger. I want to try to have a blackguard early game where we're not panicking for food, where we feel comfortable, where we never feel like it's desperate, right? Because I feel like for every blackguard attempt that I've tried to have, desperation has been the defining, like the defining sort of feeling about it, you know? The defining attribute. Yeah, attribute's a good word for it. It's been the despair has been the defining attribute, and panic and desperation. And I want to feel more secure in this one. Okay. I'm gonna leave those onions there and let them keep growing. Yeah, look at all these cattails everywhere, right? It's like we barely even made a dent in the rhizomes, so no harm, no foul. Anyway, I think we're gonna get 40 rhizomes and then call it a day on the rhizome collection, so 2 more. And then we just need a bunch of cattails themselves. The cattail collection is going to be far faster than the rhizomes were. Okay. Beautiful. All right, maximized storage. Now we're going to need our poultices crafted right away. And then maybe like a reed chest. Although a lot, like, whether or not we need the reed chest, more than one anyway, is going to depend on whether or not there's a trader around here and whether or not that trader has available storage for us to use. So let's set our sights on the potential of a trader nearby, and let's make these bandages. Beautiful. 12 healing bandages obtained. And I already know that I'm gonna need a reed chest for our cellar. If nothing else, I will need it for our cellar storage, so. As you can see, the hunger hasn't even touched 0 yet. The reason why is because I haven't taken any health damage. But if you take even just a sliver of health damage to like terrain falling, right? Then it just makes you bleed saturation, it really does. We're gonna keep using this knife until this stick is, until it's destroyed. We're gonna keep on collecting cattails with it until the knife breaks. Beautiful. Okay. Now, there's clay right over there. We don't need to look far for our clay at all. It looks like there's stone over there, but I'm not gonna check it out yet. I don't see a trader nearby. I'm not gonna gather the clay yet, but at least we know where we can get some. Doesn't look like much, does it? But it's enough for me to form a cooking pot and some bowls at the very least. Anyway, this is where I have to be very careful about terrain falling. I need to gather the dirt first before I gather the clay. Otherwise, the shit's just gonna collapse and take my health away, right? Yeah, anytime that happens, I can lose health and therefore lose hunger saturation, so... You just take it slow, you be careful, right? And stand far away if you're gonna take any collapsing risks. Alright. This clay does wind on. There is more of it here. Let's eat these mushrooms now. But we're gonna have to find something else to eat pretty soon. Okay, right. Make some of this. Anyway, let's mark that clay. I should have some sort of marking pillar here, just so I can easily find it again. Anyway, there's a fair amount of ruins nearby. Not really seeing a trader wagon, though. We're gonna want to stick to the flattest ground possible, I think. Ooh, turnips. That is food. Definitely. Okay, not really seeing any berries nearby or anything. There's a fucking deer right there. That is our early game worth of food, if I can bring that down. Okay. Yeah, just, I have to keep far away from it so it doesn't, like, run up the mountain or whatever. He's coming. See, that's exactly why you want to make sure you have healing bandages. Just in case, right? Like, if he hits you, that'll fuck you up. Anyway, we just got a lot of good stuff for the early game. My inventory still has a little bit of wiggle room remaining. Anyway, I'm thinking a good place to base up would be pretty much anywhere around here. This place looks plentiful. Like it's just itching for someone to homestead in it, you know? Anyway, we have 6 turnips. And boom. Little bit of grain. We can use that to make porridge. I can make turnip porridge or something, but we will need to wait until we get, you know. Okay. This is maple. It's wood, either way. We can get some wood there. I think I'm just gonna build a shelter kind of like right here. For now. I don't know where we'll end up moving later, but we'll figure that out later. Okay. Yeah, let's get started on... Oh, shit, hunger. All right, eat that. Let's build a fire. I'll make one of those. Just so we can deposit some stuff, have our inventory be open, and then cut down a tree. Doesn't matter which, but I might want to get some sticks first. I'm worried we might not be able to keep those turnips. We might have to just go ahead and eat them. I haven't really found any berries yet. But we have the red meat, and we have the 40 rhizomes, so we're not exactly pissing in the wind. We have a lot of opportunity here to be fed. Alright. Until I cut down a tree, I won't be able to have, like, a fire. Let's start with this one. It's kind of small. I can probably get all the leaves very quickly. I'd say that's good enough on the branchy leaves collection for this tree. Let's cut it down. No, there are no respawns, Harold. Yeah, we only have the one life. Alright, let's put a little roof right here. And then I need the dry grass that we grabbed. I need some firewood. And then I need a fire starter, which is sticks and dry grass. Okay. Come on, come on. Come on, man. Son of a bitch. You can't make this easy, can you? It might be the wind that's fucking it up. Let's put that right there. There we go. I don't know if wind can fuck up a fire, but we're gonna assume that's what was doing it, right? Anyway, let's start building our house. I need more dirt. Yeah, no desperation today. Everything is fine. Even if we didn't find the deer, we would have had 40 rhizomes to cook right now. And there's no shortage of cattails in this surrounding area. There's a lot of water. We could probably find some fish. There is no panic whatsoever. We're good, buddy. We're good. Everything is copacetic here right now. We're all fine here now. How are you? All right. Let's go grab one of those pieces of meat off the fire. I'd imagine it's done. All right. Oh, that is good. That is so good, man. All right. I'm thinking we're gonna build our house on this dirt plot, and then we can use all this sand over here for our, you know, clay hardening and shit like that. There's a nice little section of water right here that we can use for a panning shelter. I certainly will use that for a panning shelter. It won't be connected to our house, but it's still gonna be close enough to our house. All right, now, don't need the bones right now. The birch seed I can plant over here, I guess. Okay. Inventory must be maximized. Shovel head. Okay. I don't even think I've lost 1 HP yet. We've been careful about, like, the cave-ins and shit like that. You know? That's usually what hurts you if anything is going to. All right. So, I'd imagine we don't need all that fire fuel in there. Let's store some in here. Deposit the sand. I'm gonna need more dry grass, but first, we need a shelter for sure. Let's dig that out. I'm just really, like, OCD in my own undiagnosed way. I want all of our pack dirt to be sitting on actual dirt. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's make more at this point. Okay. Now, if I don't build a roof, I will be in danger because there's some monsters that can actually climb over your walls. We need to account for the existence of those monsters. I need to get some grass so that I can sleep. We might not even want to sleep. I might just want to focus hard on... Oh, wait. I have to light a torch. Yeah, before I forget. But we need to focus on clay forming for the first little bit. I will want another torch, not just one. In fact, 2 more would be good practice. Yep. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. I accidentally just put a torch in there. I didn't want to, but I did. All right. There. We don't need that fire starter anymore now that we have these torches. Let's get rid of it. Come on, man. I guess I'll just dig up shit while I wait. Won't take long before those monsters start showing up. I need 45 dirt in order to complete the roof. $45 in total. Packed dirt and low fertility. We're getting there. We're very close to where we found that clay, so... I think we're good. All right. How do I make it? I need a knife and the sticks like that. Okay, we now have a wattle gate for our base. Put that there. Grab our other torch. Put down some base lighting. I think that should spawn-proof the whole place. All right, let's get this roof built. Beautiful, buddy. Okay, we now have shelter. We have honest to goodness shelter, but I need to get more firewood, I think. We have to build another reed chest. Which it doesn't look like I can do. I need more cattails to do it. Okay, fair enough. Let's go get more cattails before it's too dark. Oh shit, right, food. Now I'm gonna have to use a bandage. I was damaged when I gained a lot of max health, so it kind of increased the missing health percentage. We already have what we need, but anything more than that would be helpful. Oh, shit. Well, it's a good thing I put those torches on the wall already, otherwise they would all be extinguished right now. Let's get back home. All in all, a good day one, if we're being honest. A pretty good day one indeed. Make another chest. Put that right here. We'll put our cellar right there. Okay. We're safe. We're actually safe, and we're fed, which is very rare for something this early in the game. But that won't last long. It won't. The rhizomes won't spoil, but I guess for the sake of it, we'll put them in there. We need that to clay. All right, let's begin. I need a cooking pot and some bowls. These have to be done before everything else. These are the big priorities, which will allow me to stretch my food. I haven't found any peat yet. Okay. Now 3 bowls. There we go. That's all of our clay products. Ugh. I'm gonna need more wood in order to set it all up, but that's at least my early clay products. Now, the next most important thing would definitely be storage. I might want to just try to dig a pit and start firing these right away, though, honestly. The cooking pot and shit. Given that it is the most important part. I'm gonna go 1 block higher on that roof. Okay. Very dark. Don't really see that many more branchy leaves. You do want to make sure that you cut all those branchy leaves first before you cut the tree down, otherwise you won't get nearly as many sticks. Copacetic, I don't see limestone. Yeah, true enough, buddy, true enough. We did die, Chris. Yes, we did. Oof. A fool is the man who builds his house upon the sand. Right you are, Harry. There's no post on Sundays. Damn straight, buddy. All right, let's get this set up so that I can have my cooking pot coming in. All right, it's ready. We just gotta light it. And we now have our cooking pot and bowls incoming. They'll be done in about a day. Maybe like tomorrow night, you know? All right, let's begin. We got shit to do today. blows my mind that we surpassed like 800 people today. I think we had 850 at a point. That's a new record for this channel. Pretty awesome. I remember a time when getting 40 people was like, oh my fucking god, I can't believe there's 40 people here, you know? I used to do streams where there'd be 7 people watching. And that was after I had already made a bunch of edited videos and tried to build an audience that way. When I started streaming, I think I had like 1,000 subs, maybe. Is that Zuzi? Maybe not. Might have just heard a noise from upstairs. Alright, first storage vessel has been shaped. I'm ambivalent about trying to go get more clay right now. I'm very ambivalent about it. I think it is just a walk down this beach. Oh, yeah, that's fucking uber close. Alright, we're good. I need to make a new shovel, though. I am worried about the food situation a little bit. Be foolish if I wasn't, but I think we might be okay. I could just start cooking the rhizomes now, and then any food I find after those are cooked is basically extra. But I haven't found any peat, so we'd have to use like firewood to cook it. Beautiful. I do still have a couple of turnips and some grain. I'd like to save the grain for porridge if I can. Why not just put the pit in your house? Well, because my house is sitting on dirt. Fire can spread over dirt blocks that have grass on them. So if I place the pit in my house, then it'll set fire to my whole house. Not the dirt walls or the ceiling, but it'll burn like my reed chest, possibly destroy all my items. We're gonna have to get rid of a lot of this surrounding dirt just to protect myself from possible cave-ins. All right, we should be good just clearing away all that. Now we can gather a shitload of clay without worrying about it. And we have more dirt to use. First though, I am gonna get more firewood. We have massive oak trees here. I don't usually like using oak trees for firewood though. Oh, maples. Maple. Okay, so that's just a massive maple then. We'll get as much wood as we can from this maple. It'll take a while. It's probably gonna break my axe, but with that wood, we'll have more than enough to cook all of our rhizomes. And it's 2:43. We're gonna have like increasing ambient brightness starting right now. And if we're lucky, I'll be able to find some berries. I actually think I see some berries up there to the top left, atop that hill. It might tide us over till those rhizomes are cooking. Oh, we actually cut down that whole tree? Splendid. That's a lot of wood for the early game. Right on. Okay. Let's go get those berries. Okay, there we go. We have at least, like, a tiny morsel of food. There's more berries over there. Fucking guy. Oh my god. Copacetic, I still don't see limestone. Yeah, this is, there's granite everywhere, right? It's a faithful adaptation, for sure. Alright. More berries right here. Eat those. $17.6. If I gain 0.5 HP, I'll have enough HP to survive a bear attack. Technically. Oh, wow, there's a cave there. Along with some ruins. I see bony soil. I don't see any clay pots, though. Not right now. Fuck is this? Isn't that wood? Can't I use this as firewood, technically? Aged log. All right. All right. I have to heal that with a bandage. Otherwise, we're just going to bleed all that food we ate. That was my own stupidity. I should have saw that coming. Oh. Couldn't even see that. Okay, we got 11 flax grain. And there's a collapsed chest there. If I repair that with some glue, we can collect it. But I need at least a quern in order to collect that chest. Because we have to be able to make glue, right? And I think you need a quern to crush up charcoal to make the pitch glue. That log is stuck in a dimensional prison, and I don't think I can save it. Okay, we got it. Anyway, I need one more flint if I want to be able to make another axe. Okay. Let's plant this tree. Did I just hear a monster? I think I just heard one of the crazy legs, actually. Oh god. Yeah. Crazy legs. Run from crazy legs. We got more than enough wood. I'm happy with it. The completionist in me wants to go back there and harvest the rest, but the practical guy in me is like, fuck it, we succeeded, let's go. Okay. So, aged wood, right? You can make aged firewood. It doesn't seem any different from normal firewood. But you can't stack different types of firewood into the same pile. Either way, that's fine. Get that. All right, we got plenty with spare wood. Make myself some more packed dirt. And let's put down a campfire in here. and start cooking those rhizomes. We're not going to want to rely on them too much, but at least having them gives us something. I'm going to go ahead and assume that I can probably use the aged firewood for my clay pits. All right, we're cooking them. Deposit the flax grain. I'll just take those turnips, I think. I don't know. We might end up able to eat them in a stew soon if I save them. Oh. Yeah, we died, Sarah. We died. I have to go get my coffee now. Well, Harold, I have a different perspective regarding that. See, I could make my pit inside. I could do a packed dirt floor. It's not that I'm too lazy to do it. It's that I need time is a valuable commodity right now. Playing as a blackguard, hunger is always nipping at my heels. So if I can just dig up one sand block and place 3 dirt blocks outside, that's a hell of a lot less time and energy and effort and resources than it is to replace this entire floor. And then you add to that the time it would take to nap the shovel, right? Because doubtless we'd have our floor break with the shovel here. Or our shovel would break, harvesting the floor. Yeah, there's layers to this. All right, so let's go foraging a little bit. I do need to gather more clay, but we can do that later. I'm gonna try to find more food. Although we have the rhizomes, they're a last resort. There's a baby deer. I'm not really too keen on killing the baby, but there are mushrooms, and we need more flint as well for additional tools. It barely seems faster to harvest the mushroom with your knife. I think I'll just harvest them by hand from now on. Oh, just you wait, Chris. When you do get a chance to play this game, I think you'll fall in love with it. You're gonna hate certain parts of it too, like bears are gonna piss you off, wolves too, but you'll eventually learn how to fight the bears and wolves. Everything except for a brown bear, anyway. Like, black bears are easy. Okay, we got more flint for additional tools. Oh, there's so many mushrooms here, man. Swimming in food. We didn't find berries, but we sure as shit found food. And we got flint, so that's 2 objectives completed already and the day's only just begun. Those are black currant bushes, but it'll be 8 days before we can get anything out of those. I see blueberries. Beautiful. Well, hey, that's food we can eat right now, you know? Anyway, I'm gonna go get more cattails and horsetail. Stockpiling those now is important. I just hope we don't attract a bear or a wolf. I got another resin. Hey, there's Pete. Okay. Fire fuel that you gather with a shovel instead of with an axe. Anyway, it's not too often that I get an opportunity to enter a safe patch of forest. We're lucky we haven't gotten attacked by a predator already. I'm gonna use this time to gather as much of this shit as I can. Because I can't help but feel like if there was a predator here, we would probably already know about it. Okay, almost a full stack, buddy. That's fine. And let's get some of this peat. It's low cost, low effort fire fuel, and that's perfect for right now before we've even done any of our clay pits, you know? It looks like the peat supply extends onward. Over here. What do you think, guys? Are we gonna struggle to find bees in this playthrough? Or are we just gonna find them? Place your bets. I don't know if I've seen any forget-me-not flowers yet. Typically those are a good telltale sign. We got some chickens over there. Make a new shovel head. And let's have a little mushroom lunch. Maybe I'll eat these turnips. Yeah. Let's fill up. Have you ever found any of the out of temperate vegetables freeze true? No, not yet. Not yet. Everything I found has been in the place where you pretty much like spawn into the game so far. I do have a shovel, right? Yeah, right here. Oh God. Fucking wolf over there. I think that's our cue to leave. I'm not a gambling man. Let's get more of these cattails while we're here. Yeah, we did a great job foraging some food, man. We found the mushrooms, we found the blueberries. I was able to keep myself fed while the rhizomes cooked. That's gonna carry us while we try to get our clay stuff all done. Now I think we're gonna set our sights on gathering said clay. Oh, food vessel. Containing... Nice, grain. Okay. Oh god. Wait, this can be a good thing. There's a bear over there, right near our base. That can totally be a good thing. I might end up getting a bear hide if I'm careful about it. The real danger is in pulling him, but... Okay, Unfortunately, I think I'm still in that territory where I can be one hit killed by a bear, so it won't be entirely safe, but good adventures start with, well, no, this coming from the guy who just said he's not a gambling man, right? All right, well, let's make another storage container. We can stack the peat. And the bear might actually run away from us. He doesn't always stand there until you're able to kill him, right? Like sometimes he runs away. Let's keep cooking those rhizomes and grab whatever cooked ones we currently have. Fuck, okay. Shit, run. Oh. Oh, that is never safe. It always feels fucking horrifying. Always feels horrifying. Truly, like, it never feels okay to do this. Where the hell are you going? Come on. Let's get over here. Lard ass. I am so scared. How much health? Okay, I could survive a hit. If I fucked up and he hit me, I could survive it. Hi. Oh my god. This fucking guy, dude. He's playing with us. He knows. He knows he's got to catch me out of this shelter. I think we've induced his retreat. We're gonna have to chase him down and try to finish him off. Let's go get our spear. Hey, it's bushmeat, right? And it's a bear hide. It's potential armor that I can wear. All right, he's sleeping on the island. I am gonna have to try to finish him off on my own. Oh wow, look at that landslide happening over there. What the fuck? Oh wow, that was weird. Weird graphical occurrence. Okay. Yeah, my spears were like invisible when I threw them. Nice. We just killed a brown bear, chat. We did it. All right, let's skin him and go grab our spears. Beautiful. 2 lumps of fat as well. Glorious. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, everybody. Sunflower grain, eh? There's a clam over here. Bro, There was like a massive cave-in over there. Like, it sounds like stuff is still falling over there. How deep is that, eh? Drums from the deep. Okay. So let's start curing this hide. It takes 2 fat just to do that 1 hide, but I mean, that's okay. We'll be able to make some armor out of it later. These are cooking pretty nicely, but we're gonna save the rest, and we're just gonna cook the bush meat now. Fresh for 2 days. We'll keep those on us. I'd say that went pretty well. I'm gonna need a new knife. And we can make one with a bone handle this time. Anyway, let's go back there to where the brown bear was. What the hell? Is it just me, or was that over way too fast? Like, I got that knife before I was supposed to? Alright, whatever. There we go. We have our replacement knife. We got emergency food. Let's put more fuel in the fire. And let's go get like a solid fucking 4 stacks of clay at least. I already have 2. I'll get 3 stacks of clay here. That's why I like the blackguard, man. I knew that if that bear hit me, I would survive it, right? You get that 1 hit, and sometimes that 1 grace hit is all you need. The hunter is good, but he's squishy in this difficulty. Yeah, try to mine those cave-ins. You take even just a little bit of damage, it accelerates your hunger rate for a while. He's an explorer and adventurer. He kills bears with cheesy tactics. That was straight up mozzarella, like that was disgraceful, but it's the only way. It's the only way I can actually get rid of a brown bear safely, you know what I mean? If it's a black bear, I'll just fight it with melee. Easy enough to kill a black bear, but it's those damn brown bears that get you in the end. There's a lot of clay here. And there's quartz underneath it. All right, we're working on our final stack of clay right now. We should have more than enough clay for everything that we're gonna need. There we go. Let's get out of here. Still cooking. All right, let's prepare where we're gonna be putting it. Beautiful part about this is I don't even need to fireproof it. It's already fireproof. I just cut a couple pieces of grass and we're good. Maybe just move a couple of dirt blocks, but we already have fireproofing. All right. That's as far as we go this way. Let's replace that with sand right there. Unless I want to move a little bit of this terrain, then I could expand it a couple more. Like that. Okay. So how many slots is that in total, huh? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I need one more slot. So we'll just dig out 2 right here. Yeah, that'll do. That's enough slots for everything I could possibly want to prepare. We're just gonna make sure it's fireproof. A 2-block gap between the kiln and the nearest flammable block. That's all we need. That'll do. Yeah, fireproof. Okay. Now, we have to actually shape the shit, but I also figure I may as well gather the grass and the sticks now while we have some daylight. It's the only time where it's reasonably safe to do so. Let's continue cooking. Never mind, we're not gonna cook the rhizomes. No, because they spoil when they're cooked. As long as I don't cook them, they have an unlimited shelf life. Let's eat this shit. Beautiful. Our protein score is much higher. Let's seal this up. We still got some food for a while. I have a replacement knife. How much dry grass and shit do I have, and how much do I need? I have 26. I'm gonna need 15 more slots, so I need 150 dry grass, which means I need 124 right now. Basically, we want 2 stacks. 2 stacks of dry grass and we'll have enough. And then it comes down to the sticks, which doesn't even require that we use a tool. And I need 8 sticks per. 8 times 15 is 105, I think. 6 times 15 is 90. Maybe it's like 120. Yeah, we'll need 120 sticks. All right, we're good on the dry grass. We have more than enough for all of this. Let's get this dirt out of the way of our front door. Okay. We have more packed dirt now. How many sticks do I have? They're on me. I have 33. So we said we needed 120, right? Let's get busy. I'm gonna replace these torches so that they don't burn out. And then we just shape all the clay stuff overnight. I'm gonna focus first on getting rid of these bushes that obstruct our visibility here around home. We may end up moving in the future, but like, you know, before we build our actual house, kind of in that tender spot between the Copper Age and the rest of the game. But we'll see. I may just decide I like it here on this island. It looks like the densest concentration of branchy leaves is just around, like in a perimeter around the wood blocks themselves. Any grass, any leaf block that's touching wood is branchy, it looks like. We'll get a bunch of sticks here. It doesn't even require a damn tool. I love it. You do have a small chance of getting branches from leaves that aren't branchy, but it's just a greatly reduced chance. If you want a certainty of getting sticks, you go for the branchy leaves. Okay. The majority of the sticks that we've gotten are on the ground still. We'll get them. All right. Oh, hell yeah, buddy. All right. We still need more sticks, but that put one hell of a dent in it. I'm really glad that I'm in the place where I am now regarding my vintage story experience level. There was a time I thought that it was impossible to play wilderness survival on permadeath, but now I serve as like my own example. I serve as my own example for how it's possible, right? Anyway, we don't need much more. We're done. Let's go. And I'm happy to say our cooking pod is now done. And the bowls. So we can now eat much better. And I made sure to have extra packed dirt so we can rain-proof every single one of these slots now. Easy enough. You just build it out like that, right? Now the entire thing should be rain-proof. I'll put the pillar in the middle, right there. Just for the aesthetics of it, right? Yeah. Beautiful. All right. So, I don't think I can actually make a meal yet, unless I want to make porridge out of the grain and the turnip. The flax barely has any satiety to it. Let's go plant these. Get rid of them. However, on second thought, I think it might be irresponsible to place one so close to our bear shelter. All right. I can literally make 6 servings of hefty flax porridge. Not bad, dude. Not bad at all. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and eat these turnips while it cooks. Hell yeah, buddy. Now let's form all of our clay products. It's time. I still have 14 rhizomes. They'll only be fresh for a day, so I think we're eating those next, and we'll eat that porridge after. Anyway, we have to begin. It's time to make our clay products. All of them. We're gonna have a busy night. we're gonna need all this grass removed so that I can actually put the clay products on the ground. We're gonna store them on the ground until I'm ready to transfer them into the kiln. All right. Let's ditch that stone. Don't need it. Let's eat these rhizomes. What class? Well, Sarah, the Blackguard. Yeah, I chose the Blackguard class again. I've grown quite fond of it. It's harder in the early game, but it does seem nice for the later game. And we did some testing on creative, Sarah. It turns out that even if I'm wearing a full suit of brown bear armor, I can still run away from a brown bear. And maintain enough distance to get away potentially. Or at least run him back to the nearest bear killing trap that I made, right? Alright, let's grab some of this and let's get started on the shaping. That's almost cooked. In fact, I think it'll finish cooking if I just use one more piece of firewood. Well, I might not even need another piece, but just to be safe. Yeah. Nice. Okay, let's begin. I need a minimum of 5 of these clay vessels. I think 5 is more than enough, honestly. I want to try to learn new tricks for clay shaping. I've seen some people, when they're doing that first layer before the duplicate layer, they can actually use like the 2x2 square to do like half of it, and it takes them a lot less effort to do half of it. So I want to learn how to do that. It probably has to do with the game's axis, or it has to do with like what you're facing and what's in front of you type thing. Oh yes, we have 6 servings of hefty flax porridge. Thanks to the ruins that we searched, we ended up finding 2 clay vessels full of food, and they were flax grain. Wait, now's a good chance, I think. See? Yeah, I can do both of those. So bottom and top. But if I do it over here, it's not the same result. So we'll try that on some of the other ones. I'll do the bottom and the left. Yeah, not bottom and top, but bottom and left. Okay. Just practice it? Practice what? All right, so I know for the bottom layer of the clay vessel, you can literally just use the 3x3 and it's crazy fast. And then you can use the 3x3 again, making the base of it very easy to do. Now this part, so bottom, right? And then left. You kind of want to go right to left and then top to bottom. But it does work. Practice using the 2x2 or 3x3 mode. Yeah, true, true. I need 5 of these storage vessels, and then we have to make like 6 ingot molds. 6 ingot molds, maybe 4 ceramic crocks. I might make a watering can. I don't really know. I barely used the watering can in the last series, right? Because I made my garden sort of intelligently, and I let the existing water do the work for me. Hang on, what if... Okay, so it has to do with the game's axis more than anything. You can't just move where you are to use the 2x2 for the whole thing. You can use the 2x2 for the left and the bottom. It might change depending on which direction you're looking at, but... Alright, we need more clay. Alright. Now 2 more. I gotta admit, I'm a lot less stressed out in this playthrough than I was before. I feel far less desperate. Now, mind you, we had some lucky breaks. We found a deer, which we managed to successfully hunt. We found a bear, which I managed to successfully kill. And we found all of that flax grain in the vessels, right? We also, we found a lot of mushrooms, a couple of berries, but I also still have a vast surplus of rhizomes. So even if I hadn't found that stuff, I wouldn't have been without food. I still have 20 rhizomes that are uncooked, right? I tell you, when you spawn in as a blackguard, just start by getting 40 rhizomes while you're making your baskets. Because honestly, right, you need 40 cattails to make your baskets anyway. So just get 40 rhizomes at the same time. Make 2 knives, and those 2 knives will last you for the task, right? It might be a good idea to try and find some mushrooms or berries before you begin that undertaking, but I don't know. I did it the way I did it. I'm trying to learn habits and patterns that might allow me to replicate early game success with as little stress as possible when playing as the Blackguard. All right, so going right to left, see how quick that is, and then top to bottom. Very quick, minimal effort, and then I just do the singles for 2 of the axis. Right up here. Oh yeah, for those of you who don't know, you can hold Alt, and that keeps your screen still while you move the mouse, so that you don't have to move your screen around whenever you're doing clay forming. The same also works for blacksmithing, if you're trying to keep the screen still. Yeah, that 2x2 trick totally works. I can do it from right to left and top to bottom on like 2 of the sides. And then the other 2, I have to just use single. All right. Now we'll do the anvil. I think I'll still make a watering can because in a pinch, the watering can is really good for putting out fires, like forest fires, you know? Damn, the anvil is pretty easy throughout a lot of the layers. You can use the triple. I messed up there, but if you use it correctly, you know, you won't end up with any excess. All right, now this is different. This is going to require... Yeah. Yeah, that triple works well. I find if you're on the outside edge, you can actually use the triple instead of the double, right? So I was giving some thought last night to what might be the most convenient way of transporting a lot of food in one inventory slot. And I had a few ideas. So obviously there's the notion of carrying a full crock pot with 4 meals in it, right? Depending on the density of the meals, that could be a shitload of food. But then another thing I thought about was juice jugs. Because I think juice jugs actually stack. So you can have 4 juice jugs of the same type of juice in your inventory for a total of 12 liters. So if you find the most calorie dense liquid, maybe that would be like a good way to sustain yourself during travel, right? Anyway, we have all those. Let's do the ingot molds now. Okay. Yeah, it seems to work well on... Oh, but see, it didn't work here because there was actually formable space in the middle. All right. Fair enough. Won't work every time. Hey, Zuzi. Guess what? We had 840 people earlier.
Holy shit.
We have 675 right now. And I was looking at the ad revenue for that episode. 68. Viewership's seldom like that, but welcome. Your night shifts are over. I'll be right back in 1 minute, guys. With the window, yeah. So if we lower it up a little bit, go like this. You slant it up like that, so the air can still go through it, but the light can't. And I did that. I woke up this morning and checked it, and there was no moisture. So there's actually a way to block the light and the moisture. Was it really? Did nobody breathe down your neck about your performance? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wow, really? God, period to the rescue. Right on. Oh, it must have... I know, yeah. Mm-hmm. God, that's fucked. Well, I mean, I personally think it might be long-term fatigue and overwork. Yeah, he needs to know, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Well, right on. So did you get paid for it still? No? God, that's... I feel like they should have let you go home, but... Oh, the buses and trains. Okay, fair enough. Well, I'm happy you're home. Yeah. Honestly, me too. I'm kind of like chronically tired these days. I'm lucky if I get 7 hours of sleep where I don't wake up 5 times in the night. Like, I find I'm literally just waking up randomly multiple times a night. I don't know. I suspect a component of it might be as everybody in the house goes to work, like, their cars are right outside the window, right? So, like, slamming car doors or walking down the hallway. These are all things that I might, like, hear in my sleep and then not realize that they happened when I'm finally awake. Maybe. Oh god, and I find that every morning it's like clockwork. The elephants upstairs wake me up with the heavy footfalls. It was the dog, my ass. At least what she said about it being Mia. I don't think so. The cats? Right, yeah, I must have heard the cat's heavy human footfalls this morning. Alright, let's get some of our porridge here. Yeah, fuck yeah. That's nourishing. Okay, let's eat that. That's it? That's it? That's all we get? I mean, there's 6 servings, so it'll tide us over, but that's puny. Yeah, flax is not a good grain for food. But it's something. Let's eat. Yeah, just fill it. Okay. Yeah, it's okay, sweetie. You're home for another 4 days. It sucks that we don't really have any more Stranger Things to watch, but you're home. Get to get cozy. I thought pork, something simple. We're just gonna bake it tonight. We'll just bake it. Yeah, maybe steam some veggies, something nice and simple. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We almost have everything crafted that we need. I have to make 2 more bowls, and then 4 crock pots, I think. Yeah. I'm okay. I'm okay. The going's good. I have more fun doing this. It's just how I am. Even during Christmas dinners as a kid, I was always tucked away with my Game Boy, you know. Honestly, I've been thinking about how I would spend my Christmas here. Like, for a lot of it, I'm gonna want to just stream. There's a lot of people who are lonely for the holidays. They don't have big families, like, right? Yeah, I'll be streaming on the 25th. 13. Okay, so I need a watering can now. We're almost done. I need a watering can. And 4 crocs. And then we'll have everything ready, and we can start firing it. We already have most of the materials that we need to fire it. I still have... We might even have all the fire fuel that we need for it. We're pretty close. Oh, this game, Zuzi. It's abducted me. I am so addicted. I'm so addicted. Oh, okay. Oh, and if your camera's in still mode, holding Alt makes it movable. Right, like if you're, if you have your inventory open and you hold Alt, you can actually turn and move around. Yeah. Kind of like in Green Hell. It's the same in Green Hell. Same here, sweetie pie. Well, it took us a night and a bit, but we finally have all of our pottery shaping more or less done. Yeah, 4 crock pots and we're golden. We'll have everything we need for the foreseeable future. Okay, let's make those crocs. 4 crock pots. Honestly, guys, if you're impatient and you want to do the crock pots more quickly, you can just use the 3x3, fill it all in, and then remove the middle, right? Just try not to misclick or else you make more work, like I did here. Okay, now we can duplicate layer for the rest. Most of it. You can stack 32 pie pieces on one slot. Each piece is 1080 nutrition. You get the meal buff and it's usually good for 8 days. True. I didn't know that pie stacked to 32. That's crazy. Meat pie or cabbage pie? I had assumed that the cabbage pie would last longer than the meat pie, right? Thank you, Stereo. I love how much you know about this game. Like, you're like my homie in 7 Days to Die, and you're my homie here. Fucking guy advertised me on Reddit. Fucking shouted out the channel. Still remember that. You never forget something like that. Okay, let's get everything put in there. I'm gonna need to be able to hear. Beautiful. All right. Hell yeah. Rapid progress. Warhammer prospector's pick and pickaxe molds. Couple more bowls for making oil lamps. Crucible and water jug. Anvil and watering can. And these are all extra slots. So we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Calculations are correct. Everything we need is now done. Right on. Okay, let's get it all set up. Beautiful. Our calculations were damn near exact for that. Let's do the sticks now. Oh, hell yeah. Our calculations were really close. All right, now we just need firewood on everything. Or peat. In fact, the peat will allow it to be done sooner, so I think we're gonna use as much of that as we can to start. Like, for example, the storage containers, right? That way we'll have them really fast. And the rest, we'll just use firewood. Beautiful. Everything's ready. Let's get it all lit. Commence production. Commencing the operation. I made you buy this game? Right on, right on. Yeah, I've had people tell me I do that for them, which is crazy, because when I think about like some of the creators I used to watch, like Cage848 was a big one. He would play a game that I'd never heard of, and he would make it look fun, and I would go buy it. So many games were like that. Like, God. Pretty sure it was like The Long Dark, Green Hell, Stranded Deep. There were so many, like Raft, so many survival games that he got me into. He made it seem really damn fun, and it just, I needed to get it. It's interesting to know now that I'm having that effect on others. Full circle. All right, it's ready. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. Mass production. Okay, we can start panning pretty much right away, if food stores allow. It really comes down to the food most of the time. Let's put the sticks and dry grass. We'll keep the sticks on us, actually. Yeah, to make more tools later. 3 bowls. Let's grab our food. I might want to make some improvised armor, actually. I shouldn't neglect that for long. Yeah, let's do that. because that might be the only thing that saves us in a pinch. What am I missing? I don't know what I'm missing. It might actually be the durability of my knife stopping me from creating that armor right now. So we'll make a new knife. Let's fill up these bowls with the food. All right, that's it for our porridge, but we still have those 20 cattail roots that we can cook after the porridge is gone. And our grain count went up really, really well. Yeah, we're gaining a lot of max health. We're at 21.5 already. We have a new knife. Let's put that here, put the dry grass there, and then spread the firewood. What the hell? You know what? Maybe I can't do it with aged wood. That might actually make perfect sense. Yeah, the aged wood wouldn't make for good armor, would it? So we're gonna have to actually go cut down another tree. I think we'll just do this one. Wait. Don't I have wood? Yes, I do. That'll do. Fair enough. Done. So they're not fully interchangeable. The aged wood and regular wood. Only for some things. I need a second fat in order to cure those pelts. Although I could use those pelts to make myself some clothing and make sure I don't get cold anytime soon. Like rawhide gear. It takes 2 large hides in order to make... Yeah, screw that. Besides, the bear armor is going to keep us warm once I craft it. Alright, so what's next on the agenda, huh? We're ready to go do something. Food is obviously a pressing priority at all times. What do we need? I need charcoal. So having more wood to make charcoal would be good. I'll need another hammer. Or, sorry, axe. We'll make it with a bone handle so it's more durable. Hello, Saturn. Welcome, buddy. Oh, snap, you too. Wonderful to see you guys. We're having a wonderful time today. I mean, we died in our last series, but it was fun the whole way through, and we did some testing after I died. I can technically outrun a brown bear, even if I'm playing as a blackguard, and even if I'm wearing a full suit of bear armor. So we can at least, you know, we have a chance of making it to our nearest bear-killing trap, even if we have that armor on. Yeah, so I can get away with wearing armor, we've learned, which will be pretty useful for us. Oh, yeah, Saturn. Honestly, I was, well, I have a pattern, okay? Everybody who's been with my channel for a long time recognizes my pattern. I try a new game. At first, it's bullshit. The devs fucked up. They need to rebalance it. This is beneath me. I'm not playing this garbage. And then I love it. That's just like the natural progression. It's like, oh, a new game. Oh, fuck this game. Oh, I love this game. That's it. Right? That's just how we do. All right. Yeah, how are you guys doing? You fell asleep and woke up to this? YouTube's doing you a real solid, artist. Real solid. That YouTube AI knows where the premium content is. It's like, have you met Tom? I don't think you have. It's nice to meet you, lazy artist. Welcome to Vintage Story, the best game ever. All right, so we got some wood. I will need some more, for sure. Yeah, we got to do our charcoal pit. And in addition to the charcoal pit, what else do I have to do? I need to pan. So we're gonna have to make a pan, and I have to construct a panning shelter. How much time do we have? 5 days before our first temporal storm. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, that means it technically happens on day 6. I feel like I need to make that description I gave my channel into a short. Like, at first I play a game and it's bullshit and the devs fucked up and this garbage is beneath me, but then it's my favorite game ever. That I feel like that's the story of my whole fucking channel. I need to lean into it instead of pretending it doesn't exist. Like, oh, I don't know if I'll take on a bear. We did technically kill a brown bear, but I used that trap over there to do it. We had a brown bear very near to our house, right beside our clay mine, in fact, so we built that and took him out. All right, beautiful. More wood. Not the biggest tree, but let's get all the sticks that we can from this before we cut it down. Sure, let's make a rope. All right, pop up here. Yeah, we can get far more sticks from this tree before we cut it down. .203. Okay, that would have been, hang on. Text document, VS attempt 16 episode 1. That would have been like 5 minutes ago. So 158 just about. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful amount of sticks we're getting here. Oh, unreal. I love this. Yeah, getting the most out of every tree. This is what it involves, right? You don't want to be wasting sticks. Look at all those. All right, let's cut this baby down. Yeah. Waste not, want not. Indeed. All right, let's make a quick improvised panning shelter in here. Using that block right there. So I know I don't technically need the corners, but that's sort of a just in case thing. Just in case there was a monster standing in here, instead of those blocks being there, the monster might be able to hit me through the corner. Never discount the likelihood of jank in an early access game. Always try to account for it if you can. So I can put the sand right there. We need the wattle gate right here. Okay. I have my panning zone now. Nice. Yeah, we can pan there later. I just need to collect a sum of sand. And now I need to think about where I'm gonna have my charcoal pit. I could just put it right here. But that shit will collapse on me. Hang on. Beautiful. 3 ropes. Look at that. I could make a bow right away if I wanted to. All right. We'll hang on to the wood. No, we don't even have to. Yeah, we can put it right there. Same with the rope. Let's plant these trees. Beautiful. All right. Let's eat. I'm gonna have to use a bandage now because I let that happen. Let's start cooking those rhizomes. It's time. I'll use the aged wood. It's the resource I care about the least. But at this point, we are gonna have to try to find more food. We can't subsist on these 20 rhizomes for long. And that's the last of our food, the absolute final sum of it, so. Okay. Yeah, we'll just use our bare hands for the rest of this here. Okay, fuck it. Make a shovel. All right. Okay. Now, I don't know how much wood we're gonna have. Handbook. Pit kiln. No, wait, not that. Charcoal burning, right? I don't know if I can use aged wood. Aged wooden charcoal pit. Okay, it does work with aged firewood, but I don't know if you could mix and match it. So we're probably just going to use normal wood. Just to be safe. Anyway, we're going to have to make packed dirt walls around this thing. Otherwise, it's all just going to collapse on us. All right, there we go. I'm just not taking any chances. I want to make sure a forest fire doesn't start over here in this grassy patch right there. As long as there's a 2-block gap, we're good. And now there is a 2-block gap. All right. So, time to start stacking that wood. I will need a new axe pretty soon if I'm doing all this wood cutting. The rhizomes continue cooking. Grab a bone. We are going to need more firewood than that if we want to make a quantity this large. Okay, we don't need to worry about stick collection though. This is purely about the wood now. Oh, I know that, yeah. You can get horsetail from tilled farmland if you don't have anything planted there. The vid I fell asleep to was way different than this, yeah. You like the background to my PC, eh? Fellow enjoyer of the Majora's Mask, are you? My brother in Link. Yeah, that was my childhood right there, Majora's Mask. This is a massive tree. We gotta cut this thing down. It'll take a while, but we have to cut it down. We have the rhizomes coming in. They'll cover us for the night, but we will need to find more food. Boom! Oh yeah. All right. Let's get these out of the way so I can see where all the wood fell. Yeah, see, there's wood up there. I don't want to miss any like that. And honestly, having these sight lines open can only be a good thing. Because this is where we found that brown bear before. Last thing we want is for him to see us before we see him, right? Shit. I gotta use a bandage, otherwise I'm gonna bleed hunger saturation. Alright, I think we got all that wood. Let's get out of here and get the charcoal going. God damn, we broke another axe. Okay, let's make another. Well, we're making an excess of charcoal. Normally, I would just do a 2x2. Hell, I'd do a 1x1 if I could get away with it. But yeah, we'll do a 2x3 this time. We'll have a lot of extra charcoal, and it should last us a good long time. God, I can't believe it, but we're still not done. I need more wood. The rhizomes aren't done either, but they're going. Okay. I don't need much wood, but I do still need some. I gotta eat. I gotta eat before I find the wood. Yeah, just to make sure I don't lose any health. Otherwise, our hunger situation only gets worse, right? This is the last of the wood that we need. Oh, shit. Right. Okay. Yeah, home is over there. Yeah, the rain can actually extinguish your torch, so you gotta be mindful of that. Okay, it's all ready. Now we just get it burning. Light our torch. I think I can make a bed now, but we don't have the dry grass for it. Let's place these torches down again, make sure they don't end up burning out at any point. Okay, I have one dry grass for starting that fire. Charcoal pit. Officially lit. There we go, and it's sealed up, so we'll have our charcoal soon enough. I suppose I could just start panning, but I didn't leave myself one wood for panning, unfortunately. Didn't really have the foresight for that. You can't make like a rhizome soup, right? That's not a thing. Because I would totally make like a rhizome meal if I could. No, they stand alone. It can't be used. It's like raw meat or what do you call it? Bush meat. Meat that you find in the bushes. Okay. That black smoke is a sign that it's working properly. We'll have our charcoal eventually, but there's a monster outside. All right, let's just head home. Holy shit. Yeah, I can't sleep. I don't have a bed, so we're just kind of pissing in the wind for a bit. That's 72% cured. Time is it? God, it's early. Okay. Because it's raining, there's even less ambient brightness than there would be. I'm just as hopeful as you are that we don't get accosted by monsters right now. I need to make a bed. I think we can make a bed now. But I'll grab a little bit extra. Okay, there we go. Let's head home. Yo, he just threw a fucking spear at us. Well, an arrow. I was too fast. I'm like lightning. All right. Okay. Now that we have our charcoal pit and all of our clay products firing, sleeping is the sensible thing to do. At this stage, I need daylight to forage for more food, and I have to pass time to get all that shit done. Tool also gives you rhizomes? Yeah, true. Can you cancel sleeping? Vintage story. Oh, maybe that's why. You can't wake up from sleep if you have a window open. That would explain why it never works for me. Fair enough. Okay. Indeed, Jake. Indeed, a very difficult game. It's so rewarding, you're right. The dopamine for accomplishing basic things in this is just remarkable. All right, let's head out and try to find some food. We got a crazy legs over there. I've eaten the last of my grub. So at this point, we're on our own. I need to find food. Cranberries. Yeah, those rhizomes carried us until I got my charcoal pit and everything else done, right? Telling you guys, rhizomes are the way and the truth for dealing with the early game of the Blackguard. Just get like 40. Just get 40 rhizomes. And then as long as you're doing your basic shit like foraging for grain, foraging for berries, killing a deer if you find one, then the rhizomes will take you that extra mile. It's not enough to live on, but it is enough to last you a little bit. Okay, I see some black currant berries over there. The best is when you end up getting 2 meat from a fish. Doesn't happen often, but it feels damn good when it does. This place is just a forest fire waiting to happen. I don't think I ever want to go in there with all that dense vegetation. I might even set it alight now. I know we'd be losing a lot of vegetation and stuff, but that's profoundly unsafe for us. I can't even kill that, even if I do hit it with the spear. It takes 2 hits, so... I don't want to be here long, I just want to check out the ruin, and I can use it to get a bird's eye. Yeah, screw this place, dude. Okay, what is that? Cracked vessel full of forage. Ooh, I just got honeycombs, no way. That is sick, actually. Let's eat this. I'm gonna grab some of the sand here. There might be, yeah, bony soil underneath. I can't believe we just found honeycombs just like that, you know? That gives me the possibility, I think I could make candles out of that and make a lantern later when we're in the Copper Age. We've already found some food, but the hunt must continue. We need to stockpile if we're gonna have any reasonable expectation of survival here. Failed to forage that mushroom. Courtesy of the Blackguard, he actually has a chance to fail when gathering something, including resin, which is kind of shitty. Black currant berries, nice. I found something minor that we can subsist on for a little bit. That at least, you know, that matters. Shit. See, even just that tiny little bit of damage is gonna make me burn through more of my food than normal. It sucks, but if the terrain falls, you're kind of taking a risk when you walk on the uneven terrain. Because if it collapses and you take just a tiny bit of health damage, then that's gonna make your hunger get worse for a while. A long enough period of time to justify using the bandage right away. Hey, there's a deer right there. Well, I mean, if you're looking for food and fat. Is that a male or a female? Because I feel like whether or not it's aggressive is the most important. Is it capable of aggression? Is the most important thing to ask yourself when hunting an animal. The males are typically capable of retaliation. He's headed towards our house. Now he's pretty much right beside our house. Where'd that spear go that I threw over here? There it is. There's a bunch of seashells here. I might be able to get my hands on at least a little bit of starting lime by grinding up those seashells. It's a trivial amount, but it's at least an amount. It's something. Where's the deer? Oh, there he is. That's right. Come back to shore so I can deliver the coup de grace. I gotta eat something. All right, we're good. Let's eat this. Yeah. Right on. A female deer. Hello, Etzley. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but that was my best guess. I hope you're doing well and having a wonderful day. Let's eat this puffball mushroom here. Then we can take the bones. I got some much needed fat, 2 of it, in fact. Let's grab our spear over here. And the red meat is huge for right now. Our shit is finishing. Everything is done. Beautiful. Okay. So, I might be able to make a swanky meal, like something nice and fancy, you know? Oh, yeah. All right, that's 2 very filling servings of something, and then we could still make more. Those honeycombs, I could juice them to get the beeswax and the honey. Probably the candles are the thing I'm gonna want to make. It looks like I have just enough beeswax to make 1 candle, which is enough for 1 lantern later. We'll hang on to it. For now, I'm gonna use this fat to try and process the hides. Yeah. All right, let's collect some shit here. I might be able to make like a red meat porridge or something. I doubt it though. I think it has to be vegetables or fruits that you add to a porridge. But I mean, fair enough. We're just trying to make as many things as I can right now to tide me over for a bit. I need a crock pot. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, there we go. 3 servings of rye porridge with fresh black currants. All right. We have a very different storage situation now than we had before. Let's grab that. I can add black currants, but only one helping. Still, it's better than not having them in there at all. Let's eat this now. We have some meals prepared for a little while. Very good hunting, damn straight. You went with the commoner as you saw each class has downsides as well as upsides? Yeah, Jake, my best recommendation, honestly, would be the hunter. That bonus movement speed is like god tier. The other classes, you know, like they all have things that are good about them, but movement speed is king, buddy. It pretty much determines your viability of escaping from predators and your ease of killing those predators too. All right, let's go start grabbing our fired clay products. That's it, we have all of it. Beautiful. We can fill that in later and kind of get rid of it now that we have all of our clay shit done. Okay, we'll put our clay stuff in here. We have a respectable amount of food here. I'm gonna swap these. This will keep the food in better condition. Yes, buddy, we have good food. 7 meals of varying goodness. And honestly, they have decent satiety. Even the porridge with black currants has good satiety. I think we'll eat that first, however. Brown bear pelt with head. Okay, it's time to make our first pieces of armor then. Yeah, we're gonna sever the head from the rest of the pelt, and I'm going to make myself a headpiece. I need rope. We have some rope, I can make more, and then we need bones. Okay. I have a brown bear hide helmet. Very good. We can already wear improvised armor, so I think I'm gonna do the boots. I need one more rope. Make it out of the cattails, and then beautiful. There it is. Okay, we have armor on our whole body, guys. Damn straight we do. My movement speed is only slightly reduced by 4%, but it should be livable. Certainly. This storage vessel, I'm really surprised it's not done yet. I might actually have that glitch. There's a glitch that you get sometimes where it kind of like one of your things just never finishes no matter how long you leave it for. We'll try to leave it for a bit, but if it doesn't finish, I'm just gonna destroy that and then spawn myself one in creative. It's an early access game. Sometimes these things happen. All right. So we're doing good on food. The next item on the agenda is I need to do a lot of panning. While we have this food, we're gonna want to do it. I need 1 piece of wood to create a pan, and I need more sand. I don't like sand. It's rough and coarse, and it gets everywhere. We'll try to just find a little tiny tree that we can cut down. Like this one. Very tiny, just enough wood to make the pan. A true berserker, damn straight, buddy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is glitched out. I started all these at the exact same time. Yeah, I'm just gonna abort it. I could theoretically just start it again. It looks like we got a full refund of everything used to make it. Let's just start it again in a different place and see if it works this time. I'm willing to, you know, if we get a full refund, then it's like, whatever, right? We'll just light it again. We lose nothing in the end, really. Other than a little bit of time, but we don't even need this 4th storage container right now anyway. All right, yeah, wooden pan, there it is. Now, let's drop that right here for a moment, and let's go get some more sand. We need more. Very low visibility conditions out here. I don't see anything special here. Doesn't mean there's nothing special though. You kind of have to excavate around it. See, there's bony soil right there. I might actually end up getting free candles if I pan that bony soil. And that does matter. There was a monster over here before which made me flee from the area. Oh, wow. I guess we know where the monster came from. Shit, my shovel broke. That's okay. We'll make a new one. I want to get the rest of this aged wood, though. Yeah, we had to run away from here because the crazy legs came after us. All right. Make sure if you're digging this shit, stand away from the wall, because the structural stability thing, right? I don't want to take any unnecessary health damage right now. So I'm going to stand well away from that wall to my right, because any one of these sand blocks, when mined, could cause... Oh god, see, it still collapsed just because I touched it. Yeah, I gotta be extra careful, like meticulously cautious about it. It is what it is, that's the name of the game. I'll take this rye seeds. We might not get seeds, it depends. As a blackguard, I have a reduced chance of getting them, but we were able to get 2 rye seeds. I'm gonna want to start collecting as many seeds as I can. I think, yeah, there's some down here. Oh, that's a grown turnip right there. That's nice. Oh, yes, more turnips. The turn of the tide. Right, get it? The turn of the tide. On a scale of 1 to 10, that was sub-zero. That was a pretty awful joke, I grant you. Grant you that. What have we here? That looks like a caribou. But it kind of ran into a place that I am not comfortable going into. Yeah, there's a couple caribou there, but I'm not gonna risk it, honestly. I'm not gonna risk it. If I go in there, a wolf or a bear could come at me, right? And I could get caught on the bushes. It's this whole thing. Can I lure him? Okay, if that's a male, can I like sneak up on it, melee it, and then get it to come attack me? Because that's kind of what I want to do. I want to run it over there. No, it's just running. Okay. Yeah, let's get out of here. I'm gonna need some medium soil. We live at a coastal place, so I'm gonna be able to actually set up a garden in the water next to us. It's not salt water, it's fresh water. So it'll keep our crops 75% hydrated at all times. We do have some sand for panning tonight. We need 60 nuggets. 60 copper nuggets. That's gonna get me a hammer, a prospecting pick, and a pickaxe. Yeah, we're not gonna hunt any of that. There is that guy, though. Seems to be in the right place. Let's walk him over to our base area. Hopefully we can bag and tag him before it's too dark. That's a caribou by the looks of it. I don't suppose. Yeah, he's coming. You can tell when he lowers his head that he's becoming aggressive. Holy shit. He's fast. Oh, buddy. Yeah, we're gonna play it safe. Heal up. I didn't realize how fast caribous were. See, I'm used to hunting caribous with a hunter, not with the blackguard. Least of all, not with a blackguard in armor. So, shit. I don't know where the caribou is. The specific caribou. I'd imagine it's that big one right there. I hit it. Oh, we fucking killed it. Right on. Nice. More food, buddy. Oh, we're cooking with gas. I need to make some room, though. Let's drop that stick, stack these bowls, eat that food, stack it with the other bowl. Yep. And now we're looking like we have enough space for almost everything, but we still need the bones. Oh, God. Christ. Okay. Eat the turnips. And grab the bones. Hell yes. We're doing fine. We have 3 bony soil that we can sift through, 53 medium fertility soil, extra seeds. Okay. I'm gonna hang on to this piece of animal fat. Those large hides we're gonna use to make a piece of clothing that can keep us warmer. Raw hide clothing. A mantle. There we go. Hell of a lot better than our current jacket. Let's drop it. Head back in. And make some more food. All right, I could use more bandages at this point. We've used a lot of them. There we go, 14 bandages. Ugh, ready for use. We're not gonna just cook all that red meat. We're gonna make meals out of it for sure. Oh yeah, those will last 11 days in there. That's a great amount of time. Okay, take those, and we'll make 2 servings of hefty red meat stew. All right, time to start panning. Let's refresh the torches. Three spears kill a moose. They trample wolves, eh? We should be able to make bone armor. That would actually make perfect sense. Maybe in the future we will be able to. That would be amazing. Oh, hell yeah, Jake. Very cool, buddy. You're assuming the basket in a hole with a dirt block above it is preserving your food? Yes, it's a cellar. A cellar is any 7x7x7 space that is made of dirt or stone, and it preserves your food better. I haven't been playing Vintage Story for long, buddy. Not for long. I must have less than like 200 hours in this game. All right, let's put this into a crock pot. And then put the cooking pot back in the fire, grab the wood, pile it. All right, we have 2 servings of meat stew to tide us over for now. And I think I'm gonna make my oil lantern out of this fat that we decided to save and keep. There. I now have an oil lamp. Oh, let's grab the pan. We need that. Wait, I need my bony soil for sure. Got it. So now we head in here. I seal off the entrance. We put that right there. And now it's easy peasy. Yeah, I'm safe in here. I don't have to worry about enemies. I stand in the water and I pan. That's it. We're just panning. And we're trying to get our hands on some copper ingots. Sorry, copper nuggets. For the production of copper tools. We're doing the bony soil first because it has a higher chance at better shit. broke when it comes to food. Yeah, food is a very delicate struggle in this game. You gotta really pull in food from everywhere. Like, it's gotta be berries, mushrooms, animals, and fish, I find. You gotta grab food wherever you find it. I remember when I first started playing, I was like, where's all the berries? But that was my problem, was I was focusing on berries and I wasn't, you know, I was picking and choosing my source of food instead of saying, okay, everything has to be my food. Yeah. If I find an animal, I hunt it. If I see a berry bush, I harvest it. If I see a mushroom, I grab it. If I see a fish, I kill it, right? All right, we're getting flax fibers from this bony soil. That's nice, buddy. I just got one of those books that you can read. We'll read it and then we'll get rid of it. Throw it in the water. By the way, longbow. That requires leather, which I can't do. Hmm?
Oh, wow. Oh, that's beautiful. God damn, they're blessed people, man.
Susie's grandparents just gave us like a fucking massive mix of different pork cuts. The animals will respawn. They respawn. Yeah, even in the hardest difficulty, the animals will still respawn. In fact, that's what's funny is that when the world is generated, the game basically picks and chooses. It says, okay, so a bear can spawn here. And even if you cause like a massive forest fire, a bear can still spawn there, despite the forest fire. Because the game decided upon world creation that that was a viable place for the bear to spawn, right? All right, let's deposit some of this stuff. I really wish I had that other vessel now, but we do have other possibilities. Like, I can use these. We have 3 baskets, so. This is so filling, it's gonna fill my hunger meter and then some, which is really awesome. Let's deposit our bones, and now we have to pan the sand itself. I love you, Susie. I'm so happy you're home. Yeah. Panning his father, panning his mother, panning his life. I remember you were saying that like months and months ago when I first played this. I thought you were full of shit. I was like, how could anyone love this? This is boring as fuck. But you know what? I love panning. It happened. Yeah, we died, old fart. We died. Misadventure. I wandered too far from home, and I got caught out past dark. Yeah. But we're kicking ass again. Like, I've gained enough experience now where my chance of success in the early game, it's got to be at least 80%. Like, I've gotten really good at the early game of Vintage Story. Every time I have a new attempt, we get reasonably far. I love it. I hate gambling. I hate it. Yeah, I hate gambling. I kind of, well, I'm neurologically wired to love it because of dopamine science, right? But I don't like gambling. Hey, Cameron. Hello, welcome back. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, Susie's off work. She's finally home. Damn straight, buddy. We got our cheerleader back. And I tell you, if the viewership keeps going in this trajectory that it's been going in, she won't have to work for much longer. So let's keep it going. Everybody like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. I would love to chill with you and share more adventures. I also have a Twitter/X if you guys want to follow me on Twitter/X, but I've never made a post. It's more so if I have a Twitter/X just in case the AI that regulates YouTube decides to ban my account for no reason, because that's happened to people before. Apparently, if you tag the YouTube developer team, they'll undo it if AI makes a mistake and bans your channel instantly with no strikes, no reason. Yeah. Hopefully we end up getting a copper spearhead. That would honestly be pretty cool. I got a flint spearhead. $6:30 a.m., huh? Well, buddy, for what it's worth, I hope your work flies by today. And I think, oh, who was it that told me this? I think it was MaliCiouS. I think this time, when we're looking for our limestone, we're gonna try to find it by digging down, because apparently sometimes you can have limestone underneath you as like a sedimentary rock layer, which would be crazy fucking useful if you could just find it anywhere, right? Because by the time you need limestone, you typically have access to water already. So you can make like elevators for your mine shafts and you don't have to worry much about, you know, getting fucked up. One of the best live streams you've seen. God damn, buddy, I appreciate that. Hell yeah. You must love Vintage Story, huh? I find having the good lighting might be helping. I have a lamp here beside me now, so my webcam doesn't really do the lagging thing that it used to do. I think that had to do with the light level changing. Yeah, my webcam seems more smooth now. There's like less frame drops with it. Before we were getting frame drops with it because of the lighting, but the more well illuminated I am, it looks like the less that happens. So I might want to get one of those overhead lights. It's fucking weird having this lamp like facing me though. I feel like I'm getting interrogated or some shit. I like playing as the Blackguard for many reasons. In the end game, melee is your main go-to, I find, right? And in the early game, it's super hard because you're always hungry, but in the late game, you being hungry all the time is actually a good thing, because usually you have a vast surplus of food that you can't do anything with, but having a hearty Blackguard appetite means that you're going to be eating more often. You're going to actually need all that food you're stockpiling, right? And because you have to eat more often, it makes it easier to maintain high levels of nutrition and keep your health pool very high. And the health pool is another major plus of the Blackguard. Having plus 5 HP doesn't seem like much until you realize that with a fraction of the nutrition, he can survive a hit that a hunter can't, right? For the hunter, in order for a hunter to survive a hit from a bear, you need to have all of your nutrition meters filled up to like this last tick right here. But for a Blackguard, God, I can survive a bear hit with just a tiny little bit of nutrition, because all I have to do is go from 15 health to 18, right? but the hunter has to go from 12.5 to 18, which requires far more nourishment. If there was ever a way to have the hunter's movement speed boost on the blackguard, that would be the best class ever. Like, I still don't know if we can find beehives here. I have no idea. We'll have to find that out. We are interrogating you. Always has been. Well, we're just about a quarter of the way done with 13 copper nuggets. I'm gonna have to go deposit when this block is done. We have decent ambient lighting. Our last clay vessel still isn't done. All right, let's go back and keep it up. It would be really OP with increased movement speed. You are 100% right about that. Yeah. God, it'd be unstoppable with increased movement speed. We're at that point now where I've done a lot of good hunting. I've made a lot of food. We have a lot of porridge. We have a lot of meat stew. It's all sitting in crock pots in our cellar. And now that we have that level of food security, it's time to just settle down and pan, right? We made our charcoal. We made all of our clay products. At this point, pretty much all we have to do is get the copper that we need to expand into the better parts of the game. And like I said in the last playthrough, this time, I'm not going to make a big, wide house, because the one part of your house that requires the most work to build is actually the roof. If you want it to look nice, right? Like if you want clay shingles, or if you want to have a hay roof, straw roof, it's going to take a lot of work. So a way that you get around that is, instead of building a single story wide base, you build a multi-story small base with 2 or 3 floors, right? That way... A bronze armlet? What the hell? I can smelt that to get 5 units of tin bronze, apparently. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. Can I wear it? I can. Right on. I'm wearing a bronze armlet. Cool. I feel like I was saying something, and then I cut myself off with the bronze armlet. I don't remember. That's okay. I hope that no matter how far the channel goes, I never forget. You know, I never forget the humble beginnings and all the people who supported me when my channel was super small. Like, I remember when there was a time where if I had 15 people watching, I felt like I was really lucky and having a great day, right? I'd come out of it at the end of the day with like $2, you know? I'd be like, yeah, fuck yeah. And a lot of my income at that point, I relied on the donations, the gifted memberships, right? Now that we're getting a little bit further and the viewership is better, I don't need the donations to survive as much. And I hope I never forget the people who did help to keep the channel alive during that time. Oh God, everybody, yeah. I mean, there's so many names, I don't even want to start listing them off, but there were so many people who supported the channel in its earliest days. Never want to forget. We need to have like a hall of fame. Yeah, where I write all these names down, all the people. The wide house is for late game when you're rich and you need an activity to keep you busy. True enough, yeah, true enough. God, I was running around. I made like 4 scythes to harvest grass so that I could build a hay roof. Biggest mistake ever, dude. That required so much hay, it was ridiculous. Yeah, never again. We're gonna have a nice compact multi-story base this time. Man, I'm still wondering what the hell happened to Lee Merta. He's one of those guys who supported my channel in the early days with gifted memberships and donations and all that. One day he just up and vanished. The scary part is he said that he was getting a new job. And I have a vague memory of something I thought was a joke where he was like, if I disappear, tell somebody. And later on, Zuzi and I were watching YouTube and we saw this video about a girl where she got like a dream job, but then they found her body with its organs harvested later. So I can't help but wonder if somebody out there is walking around with Lee Merta's black market spleen. You know what I mean? Like, I'm actually worried about him. I haven't heard about him since he started this new job. Like, I feel like when he started his first day at this new job was the last time I ever heard from him. You know? So like, Lee Merta, if you're out there, please let us know. Alleviate our worries. We are all worried for you. Oh, silver chain? Dude, we're finding shit that I never found before. Looks like the silver chain is kind of interchangeable with the armlet, but we have to go deposit. All right. Anyway, since we have a little bit of daylight, I suppose I could just go exploring and try to find some more stuff. I'll want more medium fertility soil later. We also need more sand. I'm gonna grab another serving of a different type of meal with this bowl. Those will last a long time. I like it. We have really good food stores right now. We have 18 nuggets, so we got just about 1/3 of the way done toward our ultimate goal. All right, yeah, let's head out and do a little bit of exploration and looting. You never know, we might end up finding a surface copper node this time. That would be nice, but I won't hold my breath. Usually we have to go underground to find it. All right. Oh. It's real creepy, buddy. Like, I'm worried. We haven't seen him in ages, dude. And just not a peep, right? We haven't heard a thing from him. I keep Googling his name to see if, like, you know, anything happened, but so far, no dice. Okay. We got some more sand for panning. We got a big sand pit right here with some medium fertility soil, so that's a good place to be right now, given that those are 2 of our existing objectives. I can't really vouch for how clear it is, like monsters or wildlife wise, but I'm gonna leave some sand around the perimeter that we can use to jump out of here if we have to. Yeah, we'll leave those there. And then I'll only harvest whatever sand is in the middle. That's the scary part. There's also Gruff as well. There was a guy named Gruff who was just always around. Always. Always. And we used to have like little competitions. People would be like, okay, this gifted membership is definitely going to Gruff. Let's go. Here we go. And you know, but Gruff, again, he vanished off the face of the earth and we haven't heard from him since. It's so weird, man. So weird. As a streamer, it's funny, you kind of grow attached to your viewers in a sense, and then one day they can just up and disappear, and you never have the closure of finding out what happened to them, you know? It's weird, buddy. It's really weird. It's not something you would think is a part of the job description of being a streamer, but it totally is. Worrying about missing people. Okay, we got some mushrooms here. Could always use more food, as Will would say from the long dark. We have some flowers over there. If I see any forget-me-nots, it'll be a good sign. Or daisies. If you see forget-me-nots or daisies, then you can have confidence that beehives are not far off. If you don't find those flowers, you're shit out of luck. You're gonna have to travel like 10 billion light years to get to a part of the world that has them. Here we go. Our first flax seed, I think. Mature flax. Oh, very nice. Okay. Another mature flax. That's amazing. All right. We got 4 flax seeds. That's a great haul. And that's why we loot during the day and pan during the night, because the sooner you start your farm, ultimately, the better it is, right? I still remember where home is. We're not lost or anything. Ooh, lots of seeds. Very good. Okay, we are in a new, previously unexplored area. So I think we're gonna build a bear shelter that I can use to kill a bear. If we get attacked by one at random, we'll be happy to have it, right? Okay. And with the bird's eye view, I may as well take a peek around. I see some red currant berries down there. I see a ruin. I better watch out for this. It's all gonna come down if I run over it. Yeah, don't underestimate the value of a nice perch that you can look down from. You can uncover a lot of resources that way. All right, let's go. Beautiful. Red currant berries, 6 of them. If nothing else, it's a good porridge filler. Black currant berries. And I think I saw some cranberries over here. Where were those? I don't know. More seeds. Parsnip seeds. Here we go. Now, let's finish this serving of food right here. Not much we can do to open up inventory space right now. But we can at least, I think, grab... No, we can't grab those. Yeah, we don't have the space. I probably should have eaten the mushrooms to save on space. What I could do, although it's unwise, is I could put the torch in my offhand, opening up one more space. But then I should run home right away so we're not bleeding calories needlessly. I can always come back here and keep looking. All right, yeah, let's head home. Or I could place the torch here and then come back for it, actually. Yeah, we could do that. We'll come back here to keep on looting after we go deposit at home. Home really isn't far, especially if I travel over this hill as the crow flies, but then we risk potential, like, we risk that, right? We risk cave-ins. Yeah, home really isn't far. Right over there is our lake. It's raining over here. That might put out our torch, actually. The one that we left back there. But I'll just grab my oil lamp. All right, we have more sand now. Let's deposit that. Put everything here in the cellar to keep better. Beautiful. Not bad. Seal it up. Ditch the bowl for now. The seeds have to be deposited. We'll put those together in one of these reed chests. All of our seeds, every single one. We got 2 more flax twine. Well, flax fiber. Just in case I need more tools. Okay. Hey, it finished. Right on. Okay. Glitch be gone. Yeah, grab that. Just to make sure we have a light source while we're out there that isn't gonna go out to anything. Clam. Hell yeah, Cameron. Hey, Nordic. It's been a while, buddy. Honestly, lots is good. We're having a wonderful time. How are you doing today? Joker, yeah, I got you Googling for Lee too, eh? Right on. You can zoom out in third person. Yeah, true, yeah. I do like that mechanic. It really helps when you're running away from a bear or a wolf and you want to be able to see it behind you without slowing down to turn around. We used to joke that he got a job with some covert 3-letter agency. Yeah. You're talking about Gruff, right? Yeah. True, Joker, true. Oh, wow, you can do that? You can keep your crafting grid open? Although it slows you down, you would have to walk. Oh, you can sprint if you hold Alt. That's interesting. Wow. Okay, that's very interesting. Yeah, you can sprint with it open, but then if you have to, like, run away from a bear or a wolf or something, you'd have to drop everything. It'd be risky. All right, we're back. So what do you think? Are we getting some bony soil here? It doesn't look like it. All right. I found some clay. More flax. Yes, buddy. Most important crop in the game, in my opinion. Because the more flax you get, the sooner you get that tailored Gambison armor. I think I'm gonna grab this peat back here. We're gonna collect some of it. Our inventory is gonna get tanked pretty quickly, but I don't know, we always need more fire fuel. Maybe we'll forego the peat for now and just try to stockpile more food. I still have a bear trap that I can retreat to if we get attacked. Man, we're getting really good luck with mature flax plants. Seeds aplenty. Damn straight. We're on the border of some woods. We're doing a great job of foraging right now. Lots of food being stockpiled. As long as we cook something with it, could last us a long time. Put it into some meals, you know? I used to just do all of my panning all at once. Like I would just pan until I had 60 ingots, but honestly, you kind of want to use the daytime. You want to use the daytime for the purpose of foraging for seeds, right? You got to start your garden as soon as possible, especially where flax is concerned because it's so important armor-wise. So if you run around during the day and collect seeds all day, you know, your farm benefits over the long haul. So far, I haven't seen forget-me-not flowers, I don't think. But I haven't really been looking. It's possible we did pass some earlier. All right. I think we're gonna head home now. We've had a good day's foraging. In fact, I could just pick another direction, go take a look over in that direction, see what we can see. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, buddy. Every time you find a mature flax, it's like Christmas. You get a guarantee of a seed and some flax fiber. And the grain is a nice little added bonus. Shit, I haven't found spelt yet. Let's get rid of these spears. They're quite renewable, honestly. Yeah, I mean, you know, like, what's more important, right? A spear that I can make more of, or seeds and food? I have to make sure I don't forget to make those spears once we get home. What are the chances of me walking through a field and falling into a cave? Non-zero. Definitely a non-zero chance, yeah. It could happen. It has happened. Thankfully, I haven't died to something like that yet, but there may come a time where I do. And I'm gonna be pissed when that happens. Wonderful seed collection so far. We're doing really good there. All right. That'll last a while in there. These berries, not so much. We're gonna want to use those as quick as we can. Hang on. So you need honey in order to make jam, so that wouldn't really help me here. And you can't use fruit as the basis for a recipe. The best thing you can do with fruit is throw it into a meat stew or a porridge. So if I wanted to use, I think I'll just eat these fruits. We can keep the cranberries, they keep well, but the red currants and black currants, I'll probably just eat on their own. I did plug up my hole, right? That's what she said. But no, yeah, I have to check on the cellar. Yeah, I did. Okay, we are gonna harvest all of our charcoal here. And I'm gonna stand back while I harvest it, otherwise it might like cave in and hurt me. Now I don't have to worry about it caving in because it's not stacked more than 8 layers tall. Make another shovel. You do want to keep your holes plugged at all times. Oh yeah. No unauthorized entry allowed. All right, we'll keep this as a clay pit for later. Or sorry, yeah, coal pit. Fucking coal pit. We don't need this, just because we barely need clay products anymore. The only clay products we're gonna need is like more crock pots later. And we can make that with a tiny little one. We don't need this massive one now that all of our mass production is done. So we clean it up. We have our coal for smithing. Already. We're doing good on food, buddy. Real comfortable on food. We got a shitload of seeds today. We got 13 flax seeds, which is really nice. So pretty much any time I could start the farm. Anytime, yeah. I'll build it out here into this water. Fortunately, it looks like this water is the perfect height. It's only 2 blocks deep for some of it. The majority of it seems to be 1 block deep, which is perfect for making a garden. Absolutely perfect. Yeah, we're gonna have a good time here. Okay, we plugged up that hole. It looks nice and clean. Let's go grab more medium fertility soil from where we were previously finding it. Hopefully it's relatively safe over there. Fuck is that over there? I got no idea. It's actually quite fast once it sees you. It's probably like a female caribou or something. The more medium fertility soil we get now, ultimately, the less work I have to do on the garden later. So we're going pretty ham show on it. I mean, getting 2 stacks of medium fertility soil in total would probably be the perfect number for a really great farm. And then you're gonna wanna allocate specific areas for specific nutrients so that you can rotate your crops. You don't wanna plant flax in the same place twice, right? So I'm gonna put more thought, like before I just littered my crops wherever they would fit. This time I'm gonna do it with more thought. I'm gonna be more careful about crop rotations and planting them the right way the first time. All right, we got 50 more medium fertility soil. Let's get out of here. Pretty much the only thing I'd like to do, if I can, is gather more sand for panning. We have enough for the night, mind you. We wouldn't run out, but... I'm experienced enough now, at least, where I'm actually checking for meteoric iron locations as I run past. There's a shitload of caribou around this area, man. Verdant wildlife here. It's a rich land. Hopefully it's not rich in bears. Bears are poor. There's probably a respectable amount of bony soil here, but it's getting a little late. I'd rather go home, play it safe. Let's try to get another resin from this tree. Got it, nice. As the blackguard, you have a significantly high chance of failing when you try to gather resin, so it's great that we've already been able to get a few, like 2 or 3. Don't worry about it, Cameron. I promise you, buddy, the interesting will continue. I promise you. You be safe. I'll see you in a bit. Never let a bear paw enter one of your holes. I'm detecting a vague double meaning. All right. Yeah, it's a caribou. We can ignore it. We don't need to pick a fight. Oh my god. Jesus. Normally, I wouldn't go to the effort, but that's near our home. I don't want to end up falling into a fucking pitfall near our base and just dying to it, you know what I mean? Parsnip seeds. Oh, that's majestic. It's just got like the epic ass backdrop over there and shit. Fucking beautiful. All right. We don't need much to make this worth it. Okay. Let's head home. Our beautiful home. These hides are still oiled and not really cured yet. All right. Yes, buddy. We're killing it on the food front. We really are. We're gonna want to eat these black currant berries next. Deposit the medium soil in here. We got a stack and a half. We'll start our garden very soon. All right. Inventory is looking pretty clean. Let's grab our pan and copper and get to work. Seal that up for maximum safety. Put that here. And here we go. Hopefully we all get to enjoy a very long adventure here. Hopefully I build my house better. We have very few near-death experiences. We accomplish a lot of new and awesome things. I accidentally panned that block. I'm gonna have to replace it. I think that'll work. All right, we are officially 1/3 of the way toward our copper nugget quota. We require 60 nuggets, 20 per tool, for the prospector's pick, the pickaxe. Oh God, I did it again. The prospector's pick, the pickaxe, and the hammer. Oh, that glowing thing? That is an oil lamp. And the way you craft an oil lamp is you need a bowl made out of clay, and then you need animal fat. And that light source never goes out, even if you go in water. Really useful. Yeah. Even if it gets rained on, it just never goes out. The light radius is a lot smaller, however, than the light radius of a torch. Damn it, I did it again. I keep on putting the block down, and then instead of putting a block over it, I start painting this one. Oh, man. But we are doing really well on copper collection, honestly. We've already gotten 5 nuggets. There we go. Copacetic. Doing it properly. You're back, eh? Welcome, Cameron. You didn't miss too much, buddy. You didn't miss too much. Things are still going pretty good. We're just panning the night away, relaxing. What day is it? It is day 5. We have our first temporal storm on day 6, I think. So our first temporal storm is gonna happen anytime. Hello, Zuzi. I love you, baby. I'm so happy you're home. We get to get cozy later, just chill.
I'm so excited. I finally get to see Mom. I haven't seen her in 3 days. I haven't
Yeah.
seen her at all.
True, true.
Sat down.
This is your second round of nights, right? How many rounds do you have? Your third? And then you're back to days? Still tough, but better, I think. Yeah. Is worse than staying up late.
Yeah.
True, true, yeah.
At least I'll get to see everyone.
Yeah. True, and you know what? He's probably gonna want kebab. You should bring that up too. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Kebab would be damn fine right about now. Tortilla kebab. Oh. Okay. All right.
We had to see that.
And tonight. No problem, no problem. And honestly, I'm okay with a late night, like just playing, right? Fucking, there's 390 people here chilling with Vintage Story. I can't believe that Vintage Story of all games was the one to blow up the channel. Crazy.
I'm so proud.
Well, you know what? We got here. You know, a little bit further and you won't even have to work at Amazon.
Hey, you get 800 people in there every day and we'll be fine.
Honestly, I feel like I could probably get away with having, like, if I just had a consistent over 100 at all times, then boom.
We'll talk.
Yeah.
We'll see what we see.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, sweetie pie. Enjoy yourself. You've earned it too. I'm proud of you too. You've been working hard at Amazon. Harder than me. Hell of a lot harder than me working here. I work every day, but I love my job, and I have no commute. It's not even the same. Yeah. You are definitely the harder worker here. Unified goals. Yeah, we have unified goals. Indeed, and you give me just not that long, you won't even have to work. We'll get there. We'll never have exuberant luxury, but you'll have free time. Yeah. Exuberant, yeah. Yeah. All right, sweetie. I'll see you in a bit. Yeah, honestly, Saturn, I gave some thought to why Vintage Story might be like one of the most popular games, and I think I figured it out. Vintage Story appeals to hardcore gamers, but also cozy gamers, right? Like, we're talking like it appeals to the predominantly female audience that might enjoy things like Stardew Valley or Sims, right? Like the colony builders, the coziness factor kind of games, while also appealing to the hardcore gamers who like difficulty and especially permadeath. So I feel like when I play Permadeath Vintage Story, I'm appealing to multiple different gamer types with multiple different interests, right? The hardcores and the cozies. Appreciate that, oh snap. I appreciate that, buddy. Yeah, I promised my best friend Mitch from childhood that if I make it big, he's getting a cut, you know? Yeah. You keep on making shorts for me the way that you are, and I'm gonna have to start giving you like a wage if I make it big. Like straight up, dude. You found this channel when you woke up at 3 in the morning and you saw this on your YouTube page? Yo, goated algorithm. God damn. Right on. It did both of us a solid, buddy, because you needed entertainment and I needed a viewer. Damn straight. Oh, Jake. Right on, buddy. Oh, God bless. I really appreciate that. Okay, you. Welcome to the pack, my friend. I am happy to have you. We are. So from now on, every stream that I do, for as long as you're a member, you're going to be in the description as thanks for the support that you are directly giving to the channel. Let me just put you over here. What's your actual name? Jake the Snakey. Now, your handle says Jake the Snakey. Hang on. Let me actually check and see here. No way did we hit 3,000 subscribers today. Holy shit, right on, buddy. We hit 3,000, there it is. All right. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, I'm adding you to the description, and you're gonna be there for as long as you're a member. You're gonna get direct credit for that, for helping to support the channel in that very tangible way. And I'll put you into every ongoing series to make sure. Retroactively. Right on. And then I'll put you in the actual text document that I use to copy paste into new series. I really appreciate that, buddy. Thank you so much. That is direct support. That's direct support. I remember historically speaking, it was always members where the majority of my income, reliable income, would come from, right? Some days you have less viewership, some days you have more, but you always have those viewers just padding the low days, right? So it's a huge way to support the channel. I'm so appreciative, buddy. Thank you. It also appeals to people who grew up with Minecraft. Right, yeah. This is like Minecraft for adults. Yeah. It's certainly like when you grow up with Minecraft and you find yourself wanting more, this game definitely delivers on that. In the same way that I feel like 7 Days to Die does, you know, like the whole voxel world survival, potentially permadeath thing. I feel like there's a lot of people playing Minecraft when they're younger, and the next progression, even if you're an adult and you start with Minecraft, the natural progression is like 7 Days to Die or now Vintage Story, right? I'm the only reason why your sleeping schedule will probably be fixed. Right on, buddy. Right on. Damn straight. Yeah, honestly, a good sleeping schedule is very important. Critically. I hate the nights where I'm still tossing and turning at like 1:30 in the morning, you know? Ideally, I go to sleep at like 12:30 and I'm up by 8:30. Like, that's it, right? Just rock solid 12 hours. Now, I sleep like shit. I'm a very light sleeper. I typically wake up like 6 times a night and have to go back to sleep. But, no, it is what it is. Yeah, neglecting sleep. I learned recently that there's no such thing as a sleep debt. Like, you can't pay off a sleep debt by sleeping more. Rather, the damage that sleeplessness does is, let's say you go 36 hours without sleep, right? For the first 18 hours, you're probably fine. But for the last like 18 hours after that, you have disrupted hormone production. Your vitamin levels and minerals start to deplete. You're running on fumes. Your digestion gets hindered. Like, all these different factors. Even your neurology would probably suffer from sleep deprivation. Like, your dopamine and serotonin production would go down. Various things like that. So it's not that there's a sleep debt that you can sleep off. Rather, it's that for a period in time of a varying length, you are accruing more biological damage. Now, you can heal that damage, for sure. I'm a strong believer in the notion that it only takes 4 months of the right habits to undo 4 years of a lot of damage. Like, I believe in the body's ability to heal, especially against the tide of damage that's been accrued over a long period of time. But definitely don't neglect your sleep, anybody. Ever. Yeah, don't neglect your sleep. It's way too important. Way too important. It's not the kind of thing you can just sleep off the next night. And when you think about the long-term ramifications, when I was younger, I was big into all-nighters. I would like make a pot of coffee, stay up all night playing RuneScape. You know, like I've been there. Or even when I was in my early 20s, I had the vitality. I'd stay up all night playing Dying Light, but a lot of that was the weed I was smoking at the time. I'm stone cold sober now, but yeah, it's definitely don't pull all-nighters. Like, it's so damaging. They recently discovered that mitochondria are the real center of communication between nerve cells. That's way over my head, buddy. I got no idea. To be honest, you lost me it recently. I'm joking, but you know, yeah, that's pretty advanced. When mitochondria can't balance their surface electrical charge, neural damage starts happening, eh? Very true, Aeromast, very true. Yeah, well, you know what? When I can have a consistent, like, 200 people, I'd say I'm okay with having stasis at a consistent 200 viewers. Yeah. I could live off that. Me and Zuzi could live off that comfortably. We'd never have, like, a lot of money. We'd have to save up for the things we want, but I'd be able to cover the bills and grow our savings to some minor degree, and she wouldn't have to work. Yeah. Yeah, you still remember that, eh? The Stardew Valley. We were so excited. I was blown away by the fact that we got 140 people in Stardew, but that's one thing I want to emphasize to any of you who might be trying to start a channel, or you might be on Twitch or whatever. Don't make the mistake that I made of thinking that you have to play things as hard as possible to attract an audience. Remember, there's way more casual gamers than there are hardcore gamers. There's way more people who enjoy decorating their house in Stardew Valley than there are people who enjoy playing 7 Days to Die Insane Nightmare Permadeath, right? So you don't necessarily have to torture yourself to get viewership. You don't necessarily have to distinguish yourself, as I've done with my channel sort of vibe, by playing the hardest thing all the time. You're allowed to enjoy yourself. In fact, a lot of people, they live vicariously through your enjoyment. The more you delight in what you're doing, the more you enjoy the homesteading, the decorating, the discovery, the more they'll enjoy it by proxy, right? So I would recommend you guys acknowledge that if you're trying content creation for yourselves. It's not necessarily about doing the hardest thing, because sometimes the hardest thing is actually just enjoying yourself. And other people, they see that, right? They connect with it in some way. They want you to show them how fun the game can be, not just how pissed off it can make you, right? Have I considered debating? I have, but I guess I'm worried about becoming sort of like a, I want my channel to be more about the games than the political commentary. Now, I haven't shied away from like political commentary in the past. Typically conservative leaning, right? A lot of, I'm not on the left regarding much at all. I would say that my political leanings are very Asmongold-esque. Right? Like, I believe we're gonna need things like universal basic income when AI becomes big enough, because if people aren't working, they need a way to survive. I don't like the idea of a government regulating that income, because of course then it's corrupt, it can be abused, people can have their livelihoods taken based on their political affiliations, very dangerous. But I also feel like, what's the alternative, right? Anyway, I'm, tangent, but my political leanings are very similar. Right? I mean, like with the trans people in sports, with abortion, I feel like in a better world, we wouldn't have to kill any babies because nobody would be in poverty and everybody would have opportunity to succeed, right? Right now, with the economy as bad as it's ever been, again, tangential, like I'm going on tangents, but I do enjoy talking about those things, and I have voiced my opinions in videos in the past. Rather like aggressively too. There have been times where I've really put my foot down with a viewer who is telling me dumb shit, but I try to stay away from it because I feel like it hijacks the vibe, right? It can totally hijack the vibe, especially if you're arguing with someone over a strong difference in opinion. I remember one time I was playing No Man's Sky and I was arguing with this guy, Mago. I still remember his name, Mago777. And I feel bad because me and this guy, we kind of liked each other and appreciated each other's company up until this point, but we started debating abortion. And I was in the camp where it's like, it's baby murder, right? Like it is, you're murdering a baby. We can window dress it on the topic of it being like convenient for you or better for your situation or you're too young. Like, yes, but it's still murdering a baby, right? And it's only a human right for the mother. It's not a human right for the baby, which is admittedly a human, but Mago was arguing that it was a clump of cells, right? Like that whole clump of cells thing. So this argument got really heated, where I was bringing up definitions on Google. I was like, the definition of a cell is the earliest, smallest form of life. So technically, a clump of human cells is a human life. It's just the smallest one. So I was like, would you be okay with killing a midget? Because by that logic, smaller humans are less worthy to live, right? But regardless, tangent again, we got lost in the debate so much and we got so angry at each other that it kind of soured the whole No Man's Sky series for me, and I couldn't even keep it going, right? Like I stopped playing No Man's Sky because every time I logged in, I kept on remembering that. And that's kind of the danger when you're a political commentator or just a streamer in general. You gotta really try not to fan the flames of division in your community. Or if you're a hot girl, just unbutton those top 2 buttons and play any game ever. Yeah, I keep telling Zuzi, we gotta get her like a laptop and she can just wear a cleavagey shirt and play Vintage Story. She's got the housewife vibe going on, so she'd be like she'd have that MILF essence, the caretaker. Oh yeah. The European milkmaid, the Czech lass, right? And I guess what I'm trying to say in a very long-winded way is I feel I made a big mistake with Mago, and I never want to end up in a position where somebody doesn't feel like they're welcome here because I made my opinions too known, right? I want even people on the left, even people who believe in things that I find abhorrent, to feel welcome in this space, because ultimately the best way for me to bring them into like a greater semblance of rationale or sanity or reasonable belief is to exemplify it, right? To maintain composure, to calmly express the right ideas casually and not get caught up in a vitriolic debate type thing. Because no matter how much we boil it down, debate is just educated fighting. It really is. It's ideological warfare with words. It's better than actual violence for sure, but it is just a form of competition in the end. And competitive environments, not everyone thrives in them. I do, but I never want to put my viewers in a position where maybe if they don't thrive in it, they're stuck dealing with it while I fight somebody, right? Like, check mommy milker just chatting streamer 2026. Oh, hell yeah, buddy. Straight up, she doesn't even need a VTuber avatar. She'll nail it either way. Yeah. All right, we are just about 3/4 of the way done with our panning. It's 8 in the morning. We're gonna set out in search of seeds and various other things like that. We are 3/4 of the way done regarding our copper. Really, really nice. I don't like the rain. You know what? Maybe today what we'll do is set up our farm. I think that would be a good use of our time at this stage. Yeah, we'll set up a farm. I'll try to make a nice big one with a lot of room for crop rotations. I kind of forgot something. Hang on. Deposit those. What I forgot is, what if I'm getting more loot and dropping it, right? I've been panning there for a while. I don't know. I think we're okay. But I actually got 2 metal scraps, which might allow me to make special weapons. Yeah, I can make a scrap weapon kit. Stick, rope, and metal scraps. How do I make that again? All right. Okay, now let's crack these open. Let's see what we get. Oh, look at that. I got a scrap mace. I wonder how that is. And a scrap axe. Ooh. Dude, that's actually pretty awesome. This, however, has a very minimal attack range and subpar attack power, although it does have tremendous durability. It does. I just don't think I would feasibly use it because of the limited attack range. I'd probably rather use my spear. But you know what? It's a decoration. Let's make a weapon rack and hang the mace on the rack. That axe I can actually use. I can actually use it, right? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Grab the bones. All right, deposit the copper, the sand, and the pan. We'll do more tonight. I am gonna need more wood. Yeah, I need more wood for the garden, but we'll lay out the soil first in our desired pattern. I'm gonna need more of this soil here. Yeah, let's get more dirt. Over there. I'm pretty happy about the axe, because that axe has considerably greater durability than anything we can craft right now. It's got, I think, 200 durability, which when you weigh that against the 70 of my bone axe, that's remarkable. A really lucky find. I've gotten a scrap spear before. I kind of wish I ended up getting a scrap spear instead of the club, but I'm still fine with it. All right. Yeah, I guess over the course of my channel's history, I just sort of realized that people are gonna believe what they want to believe. And the intention of debate is never really to change anybody's mind. Because people don't want to change their minds on much. They believe what they believe, and they, you know, cognitive dissonance. They shut out anything that would alter their beliefs. Because their beliefs are like something that they hold dear to. And if your beliefs can be jeopardized, changed, or threatened, then, you know, people don't like that. Especially if you win, especially if you make an argument that they can't contend with, because then you've created a situation where you're the enemy in their eyes. Where all of a sudden they don't care whether or not you're right or wrong, they just want you to not be around them anymore because they're worried about the crumbling foundation of their own beliefs. So it becomes a matter of their own self-preservation to shut you out and put their fingers in their ears and go la 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 la, you know? Okay, there we go. We can put our garden here, just about. All right, we're gonna want the right width. Let's grab some food. I ate those berries that we had. We still have cranberries, fresh for 6 days, and some food fresh for 9. So I guess we'll eat the cranberries first. Now, where do I want this garden exactly? We have a lot of open space. We can pretty much put it wherever we want. But I need to count, so... Every farm plot has to be 3 blocks wide. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So this width would be kind of perfect. All right. And then we just build it outward later on. Let's grab our sand. Fill this in. And let's start laying out this medium soil after we eat. I could use a breakfast. Why does the scrap mace look like a morning star? I couldn't tell you, buddy. I couldn't tell you. I like it though. It looks pretty cool. It was a death angle arrow mast. Yeah, we got killed. We were venturing really far from home, and I got caught out past dark without a bed and no safe place to sleep. And we got murderized, like absolutely decimated. In the best way possible, though. It was honestly kind of dope. So this is how you build a garden, chat. You're gonna want to find, at minimum, medium fertility soil. You don't want to use the low fertility stuff. And every block of water can actually water the 8 blocks around it, right? So we're just making a circle of dirt around a water block. That's it, right? And we're doing that over and over again. Yeah, and then the best part is, if we want to expand it, we just move out, right? I can put an entire row of dirt right here. Yeah, buddy. Okay, I think I'm gonna grab that clay, and then we'll put low fertility soil underneath. I might want to grab all this, actually. I mean, otherwise, we create a situation where we can't really gather it, you know? Or all I have to do actually is just put a bedrock of packed dirt underneath. God, there's actually quartz down here, interestingly enough. All right. Yeah, let's just put packed dirt down. That way we know it's not going to cave in if we gather that that stuff there. All right. So here we go. Oh yeah, see, and then we just keep on going out that way. This is gonna be a nice garden, man. Way better than our garden in the last playthrough. We're gonna need more medium fertility soil. So I guess that's how we'll spend our day right now. No harm, no foul. That's a day well spent. I think... I don't know how much more I want, but we'll just go get as much medium fertility soil as we can and try to fill it in. I don't know how big of a garden is what's best, you know? But as long as we rotate our crops, then we'll get better outcomes. I need a lot of space for good rotations. A heavy temporal storm is approaching. Okay, that temporal storm is gonna happen in maybe like 6 in-game hours. I don't suppose there's more medium fertility soil around here. That's forest floor, I think. We'll explore this way a little bit, but I'm going to make myself an anti-bear area. Just in case. Yeah, now I need to retreat into there if a bear comes at us. Let's try to find more medium fertility soil. A little bit of extra berries here. We may not find it going in this direction. Let's go somewhere else. We'll leave that fighting position there just in case. I was gonna gather more medium fertility soil over there, but there's a portal over there. It wasn't there before, but it is there now, and it's too dangerous to do anything around that portal. I remember where there was more medium fertility soil. I do. It just came to me. The only issue was it was built into the side of a mountain, so I'll be risking a little bit of a cave-in situation if I try to harvest it. We're still gonna try to ooh, never mind. Yeah, we're good. We can grab this shit right here. Perfect. We'll keep going till our shovel breaks, and then we'll head back to base and try to get the farm fully operational. However, I am gonna need to cut down some trees. I need wood in order to make the fences. Okay. Like I said, till the shovel breaks, and we're good. Let's go. Let's cut down a tree, finish off this axe. There do seem to be a decent amount of trees over there, so. Thank you, Cameron. Thank you. My voice is definitely an asset. And my brass balls. At least tin. Like, I at least have tin nuts. I think that's an oak tree over there. Massive tree. Get a ton of wood from that. Beautiful. Okay. I don't know if that's enough wood. We're gonna grab this too. Alright, time to eat some lunch. You can see that after a while our food situation became very stable. We got pretty lucky with the berries around here, and we have a shitload of meals made. That's why you want one of the first things you do to be the cooking pot and the bowls. Making meals makes a huge difference. Having something substantial to eat. Okay. I'm gonna need a little bit more. Not much though. Not much at all. All right. So we need to put a fence around this garden. We got really lucky here. Just the fact that this is such a shallow lake at the shore, that made a huge difference. How shallow it is made it way easier to get it going, you know? Let's make another shovel. We're gonna need low fertility and medium fertility soil. I need more packed dirt in order to finish it. All right. We're down to our final 4 berries. Let's eat them now. It does rain very often here. Our crops will probably often have 100% moisture rating. Actually, tin will make you bronze. You need zinc for brass. Maybe I have zinc balls. True, true. You're making sense. I got testicles of meteoric iron. Oh, yeah. All right, let's grab 2 more of this. All right, let's go see what we can accomplish with what we have now. I like this place, man. I could live here. I'm enjoying it here. It's got so many good features. We won't know for a long time whether or not this place is truly good, right? It revolves around things like limestone availability, copper availability, what ores you have around, right? But first impressions, I am liking it. I am. Okay, perfect. That is a big farm. Way bigger than I've ever built. How do I make the fence? I'm gonna want that scrap axe now. That's sick. It's got like a saw blade on it, dude. Oh, 125 durability. It's a tier 2 tool though, which is pretty interesting. All right. So we need the hewn fence, right? Or the wattle fence, but I think the hewn is better. It requires wood, but I think you make more of it. Rough hewn fence made out of maple. So sticks in the middle, wood at the sides, axe in the corner. We'll start with 32, and if we need more, we'll make more. This fence is gonna protect our crops from animals who would love to steal our shit. I may end up harvesting that clay later, so I want to make sure there's a sturdy ground underneath. We're over halfway. So maybe let's do 6 logs this time. $24 instead of 32. Two more. Should have just gone the whole 9 yards, it looks like. That's okay. I'm just happy. Wait, we need a gate as well. Grab that axe. Okay. Wattle gate. All right, I can't get through there unless I modify the house a little bit. So we'll just move the bed and put this wall inward like that. All right. Oh, I much prefer the look of that wattle gate. The last time I did the rough hewn gate, I prefer this. I prefer the wattle gate. Okay, so at this point, we're gonna want to make a hoe and till the land. Probably like 3 hoes. The durability of them is not that substantial. Okay. Put our bed down. And it's been a while since I've refreshed these torches. Let's do it. I don't want them to burn to cinders, right? I may end up getting attacked while we're here. I don't really know. We'll see. So we have 4 rows of 3x3. 4 rows of 3x3 gives me an extra crop plot because there's only 3 nutrients, right? So if you're rotating crops, you only need 3 plots, but we'll have like 1 extra. We're gonna need a 4th hoe in order to finish this, actually. They break fast. Massive garden like this, I guess I can't say I'm surprised, right? We're gonna need 2 more hoes after this, actually. Watergate, yeah, I thought that too. Watergate. Yeah. Oh, that's funny shit, dude. Good morning, gamer fan. Welcome. Did you sleep well? I know you got your new shift starting soon, but I hope you at least got a good sleep. Oh. All right. Yeah, we're gonna need 2 more in order to finish. I can't get the crops planted right now because the temporal storm is actually imminent. So it's starting like any second. I don't even know if I can safely finish hoeing the land. I highly doubt it. Like, it's literally just about to start. Usually when you get that imminent warning, right? Wait, I'm going inside. I haven't even spawn-proofed the fucking house. In fact, I kind of want to pan, so let's deposit the stone and the sticks. Soil that axe to 3. Hang on. Okay. Grab those. I have the sand. I don't need the hoe. Either of them. Okay. Go. Oh god. Hang on. Wait. I need to be able to spawn proof it. Oh, I don't like this. I shouldn't still be in here. Let's grab the dry grass. I think I need 2 dry grass, right? Okay. Oh god. Okay. Go! Go, 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 go! Oh, Okay, we made it. I just have to spawn proof this place. Put that here, and then boom. That was intense. Oh god, I have no food on me. Shit. Derp. We're gonna have to go out there and try to get some fucking food. No problem, Cameron. You got about 5 hours? Fuck, gamer fam. Well, I hope you can catch up on some lost sleep soon. I really do. God, I hate this. It's a heavy temporal storm, too. The threats out there, man, like the double-headed fuckers, all the dangerous shit, like, we're in trouble. Oh my god. Close. Oh, close that right now. Okay, we need meals. Okay, those meals have extraordinary satiety. Let's eat one now. I hate this. I hate it so much going out there. Oh, that is scary shit. Okay, we should be all right now. Let's use a bandage so I'm not bleeding hunger. And start panning. That was scary, man. The thing is, the creatures out there, they're not normal monsters. There's actually monsters out there who can kill me in one hit. So you always have to be horrified when you're caught out during a temporal storm. You can get attacked by like a two-headed drifter, and it just does like 40 damage and just annihilates you. Fucking tier 4 attack, done. I got a rusty gear. That's currency. Nice, we got $1. I should put tool racks on the wall next to me. Yeah, but I have, I put a piece of grass in the water. One thing I could do to be a little extra safe is just put the torch on the wall. So now we're like definitely okay, right? Yeah, I feel like as long as we have that grass in the water and we have the torch on the wall, we should be fine. They can one-hit kill you from afar? Right. You're talking like the higher level bow thorns, right? I never even thought of that, yeah. Death from afar, just, oh God. I can't believe I took that risk, oh my God. I feel like we just got lucky. Running out in a heavy temporal storm and shit, like. Well, so far, I haven't had any creatures spawn in my base, barring extreme exceptions. I had one creature spawn in my base once, and it was, okay, twice. Once in my cellar, and the other time, though, I had planks everywhere on the floor, except one tile. And on that one tile that was the exception, I was making a fire clay stove, like an oven. And I think that it spawned there in the instance between when I like right as soon as I finished the oven or something. I don't know. I never see them spawn very often when I put stuff on the ground at all, right? It's possible that it was patched a while ago. All right, we're at 50. We only need 10 more copper nuggets and then we're done. We'll have everything that we need to make our first copper tools and move on to the next stage. I got another bronze armlet. I can actually get like 10 units of tin, I think. I wonder how many tin bronze bits I would get if I smelted that down. Let's find out. Bronze armlet, vintage story. Huh. I can't really find any info on it, but I am inclined to believe the handbook that you can smelt it down to get some bronze. Yeah, from now on, man, like if I get a temporal storm imminent warning, I'm just gonna hurry the hell up. Honestly, if I know it's coming, I should prepare everything first. I should not have gone out there to the garden to try and like set up the garden. Like that was the wrong call. Wrong call. That can happen later, right? When I know I'm safe. All right, the temporal storm seems to be waning. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be just fine. God, that heavy storm brought me down to like 37%. That's crazy. Going even lower now, 36. Okay, it's over. The temporal storm is over. We survived it. We survived our first storm. Despite the stupid risk I took, we'll be okay. God bless. We are lucky. Anyway, we spend this last night painting, and we should have the copper bits that we need. I need 8 more. So we'll just keep on painting. Current rift activity is calm. No more enemies to worry about for now. We're all right. I'm gonna monitor the outside temperature and see what this place looks like temperature-wise. I'm gonna need to find out what the temperature is at like noon on a normal, non-raining day. Because what crops we can plant comes down to the weather, really. Another copper. 54 out of 60. 55, 2 in a row. That's always nice. That feels damn good when it happens. I've actually gotten 3 in a row before, I think. If I did, there's video evidence out there somewhere. We're all right, man. We're all right. I can't believe I could have been one shot. I didn't think about it. Like, I didn't plan ahead for that. Oh, buddy. Dying to something so preventable would have sucked. Yeah, they don't seem dangerous, but you do have the potential to be like one hit killed by the most powerful creatures. And they do spawn during a temporal storm. It's not worth taking the chance. I remember I was actually, I was fighting through one of these gates, like the Waddle Gate. I was trying to poke them with a spear, and I actually got hit down to like a fraction of my health from full health by whatever hit me. It almost killed me, and I was wearing armor too. Like, I think I was wearing a full set of bear armor, and it still nearly killed me. It was horrifying, dude. If I would have gotten hit by something powerful, the armor I'm wearing right now might have been the only thing that would have saved me. All right, 58. We need 2 more copper nuggets. I just got a second rusty gear. One more. Beautiful, buddy. Yeah, we're gonna have our copper tools real soon. We already have our coal done. It's been raining for days here. All right, we're done. Yeah, we have all 60 copper nuggets. We just have to try our best to make sure that those copper nuggets get us our first batch of mined copper. I've never had it happen before where my pickaxe fully breaks before I secure a source of copper. It hasn't happened yet. It could happen, and it would suck if it did, but I haven't had it happen yet, so. All right, let's head out. We gotta finish the garden now. Got some bones. We had more sand in there. I guess it's okay. We didn't really need it. We're gonna put our clay shit in there, blocks in the fire one over here. Bones. The bronze armlet, I guess we'll just put in here for now. Same with the gears. All right. Yes, hunger. Gnawing hunger. Yeah, let's continue working on the farm real quick. That is probably the best way I can help myself out. right, the entire fucking garden is now ready for use. We did wonderfully. All right. So we're gonna want to plant our crops in a very specific way, allowing for rotation and nutrient replenishment. I don't know what's okay to plant, but if we happen to have plants die, it will consume the nutrients, but we'll get the seed back. So, you know, what temperature is it right now? 10? I honestly don't know what's safe to plant and what isn't, but we know the flax is a nice hardy crop. I think the flax is gonna go right here, at the far end where we know it's safest. So this entire row right here, this is a K row. We're gonna put nutrients that, crops that require nutrient K over there. Now we're gonna plant the N nutrients in another row and then the P nutrients as well. We're gonna leave these 2 slots open for K crops. Yeah, carrots and flax. What's up, sweetie?
Yeah.
Be right back. So we're gonna plant our N crops right here. And then we have the, those are all N crops? Shitload of N crops, okay. All right. And these are pea crops. Put those in this row right here. So now we just have to rotate the crops accordingly. And we could get a lot of use out of that garden. Okay. So let's make our tools. We need the 3 molds and the crucible. We're gonna use wood to get it up to temperature. And then I should be able to finish it with just like 2, maybe 3 coal. All right. I still have 1 spare nugget of copper. Now I have to make myself a pair of tongs. So I need a rope, which is gonna require one more cattail. I'm glad I noticed that now. And let's put the coal in there. We still got a little bit of time. I'll head back there. We can now make the rope that we need for the tongs. I think it's 3 sticks on the left, 3 sticks on the right with a rope in the middle. All right. And then we put the coal in there so it can reach a higher temperature than 700. It would have been better if we had used peat, but I wanted to get rid of that old aged wood. Yeah. All right. It'll smelt pretty fast once it gets going. Hello, Judy. Hello, welcome. How are you today? How are you doing? How's she be doing? I feel like we haven't heard from him in ages. All right, let's grab some more food. It looks like that's our last meal. Pretty much all of our food is now being eaten. So we are gonna have to find more food. Hang on, what can I cook with this? Okay, well, other than a vegetable porridge, not that much. But we do have the option of making something at least. Anyway, we don't need to put any more fuel in there. We're totally fine. There's enough fuel to finish it. He's been working, eh? Working hard, door dashing? Alrighty, well, tell him I hope he's doing well. And no problem, Judy, no problem. Your mom being sick is a pretty scary thing. But it is nice that she's back home now. Yeah, that'll finish. Let's equip this to slot 1. Open that. Offhand. And boom. There's our pickaxe. There's our hammer. And there's our prospecting pick. That's gonna help us to actually find the ore. Beautiful. Okay. Now, I suppose I will make more meals. Grab the cooking pot. Put it in there. And then all right, I can do 3 mushrooms over there, and boom, 3 servings of flax porridge with mashed field mushrooms. And put that peat in there. I don't know if that's enough to have the cooking task finish, but it's enough to start. Let's hang up the tongs on the tool rack here. Same with the hoe. It is really nice to have a garden going. That's a respectably sized garden too. I did a much better job of building it in this playthrough than I did in the last one, eh? I'm getting way better at this. We have large pelts now. 4 of them. Oh, you know what that means? That means we could make our hunter backpacks. It's kind of wasteful to do it out of large pelts, though. I'd prefer to do it out of mediums, but we've been hunting things that drop large pelts, so it's kind of been out of our hands. That's gonna finish cooking whether we put more fuel in it or not, I think. All right, there we go. We have more food now. Put it into a crock. It's not the most nourishing meal, but it is at least something. Something that we can eat. Grab that bowl. Grab a serving. And we're good for now. Let's close that up. Well, she's handling it pretty gracefully, Judy. Hopefully she can, you know, maintain that. For your sake, I know it sucks to watch somebody you love suffer. I've gone through it myself. All right. There's Pete very close to home right here. That's nice. All right. That's enough for now. Let's set out in search of food while our copper tools set and harden. And I might want to get more cattails now. Okay. We have our bear trap over here just in case we get attacked by a big boy while we're out. Although if we did, oh God, there's a portal right next to it. That's kind of dangerous. All right. Lily of the Valley. I do worry about our prospects of finding a beehive anywhere around here. I haven't really seen the trademark vegetation that would allow for them to spawn, right? It is a worrisome thought. I don't want to get screwed out, like screwed over out of a beehive again, but at least we found some honey as forage. Yeah, we found a little bit of honeycomb as forage in one of those clay pots that you find at ruins, so we can make at least a few candles, right? I think, well, I can make one candle for like one lantern, I think, which is better than nothing. And next time, I think we're gonna do what MetaMetheus suggested, and we're gonna try to find limestone under the earth, like in one of the sedimentary rock layers or something. Apparently you can dig down and find it in certain places. And we might have better luck trying to do that. Or chalk, for example, right? Like maybe I could dig down and find chalk. I definitely shouldn't have just been running across the fucking world looking for it. I don't think that was the smart play, but lesson learned, right? I don't see a bear or a wolf or anything. Chicken of the woods mushroom. 2 of them. Beautiful. Shit take. Nice, we got a shit take mushroom. Except, no we didn't. We failed the harvest, but that's okay. Alright, we can make some rope out of those vines. There's a lot of peat here. And it just occurred to me, I only have 1 spear. I have to make another one. Because my bear fighting position is useless if I don't have enough spear durability to kill the bear, right? There. Should be fine now. Let's make the shovel. And grab some of this. An alternative fire fuel. Peat is a very good fire fuel. A great alternative to using wood for fire. If you can get some peat, it's better. It burns hotter than firewood does. It might even burn longer, but I'm not sure. One thing I do know is that if you're firing clay products with peat, it actually finishes firing them faster than it would if you were using firewood as the top layer. We're headed back. We are far but not lost, not in the least. Portals keep spawning near your base. Yeah, that happens, buddy. That happens. However, you could look at it as an opportunity to potentially farm some flax twine, or flax fiber. If you kill those monsters and you skin them, like if you throw spears at them, right? Just throw a bunch of spears at them, kill them, and then skin them, you can get flax fibers. A very useful crafting material for some really awesome stuff. All right, let's eat these. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of peat. We're gonna have fire fuel for a good long time. Honestly, that's always a worthwhile looting run when you get a bunch of peat brought home. Eat those black currant berries. Oh, growing flax seeds? Flaxseed potential? Maybe it's time we tried that trick, even though it's kind of dangerous. But I always need more flax seeds, so. Yeah. All right, I have 5 flax seeds. And apparently I can just run home like this. But if I do get attacked by something dangerous, I have to, honestly, I might even just leave the sticks behind. Like, it works, but it is kind of dangerous. I think I'd rather just leave the sticks, honestly. Make it so I can run home, or maybe I don't have to. I just equip this to my offhand and then grab the sticks. But every flax seed is of vital importance right now. And it will be until we have full Gambison, at which point it's still really important, but less so. Okay. Anyway, we now have our copper tools. Just about. Beautiful. So we're pretty much only going to use the peat as fire fuel now, and we're going to save our firewood for whenever we need to make more armor. Yeah, save the firewood for those times. Put it in here. There we go. I now have all 3 of our copper tools. Beautiful. Let's go plant these new crops. We have N and K crops. This is the N row right here, so this is where the spelt goes. Right? Yeah. Okay. And then the flax goes over here. It's always raining here, eh? We got 4 ropes. Deposit. All right. I am gonna need some more torches. Let's make them now. All right. And let's get them all lit. Hello, Zarov. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate that. Right on. You're about to go to work. Damn it. Well, buddy, for what it's worth, Jake, I hope your shift flies by today. Hope it doesn't drag on, you know what I mean? All right, that should be sufficient base lighting. We have more torches now for the mining effort. I will need a new shovel. We're gonna have to go get some readings and see where metals are. We gotta find some copper. All right. So where do I want to get my first prospector's pick reading? I don't need to bring the hammer with me, so let's just deposit that. We're gonna need that after, once we actually find the copper. Okay. Let's go over here. Large rocky area, might get some stuff done. All right, there is some rock here. Maybe that's a waste. I don't know, it depends. This might actually be worth doing. Just give me a second to find out. All right. Now, let's pop down there, break one more block, and then I have to break these. 1, 2, 3. Another 3. Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting that. All right. Let's seal this up. Jesus. We still have to keep going, unfortunately. All right. Yeah, this is our best bet, unfortunately, at finding what we're looking for. God, I can barely get out of here. Look at that, I'm like stuck. How do I get out? There we go. All right, seal that up. Stop the water flow. Let's try this again. It's been kind of an inconvenient start, but it will be worth it in a second once I get a prospector's node reading. Let's do a density search. So I have to break that block right there, and then this one, and now this one, and it's gonna tell us what's beneath us in this chunk. Poor native copper. There's minuscule amounts of cassiterite. All right, so it's not worth it to mine here, not really. Anyway, let's use a couple of bandages, otherwise we're just bleeding hunger saturation. And we're gonna head this way a little bit and see if our readings change for copper. If you don't find what you're looking for in the chunk you're currently in, move over a couple of chunks and check there. You have to use the density search to determine what ores and what prevalence they are exist in the chunk that you're occupying. Like, we need to get readings for the density of ores. What the hell is this? Doesn't look like much. It's just sort of a narrow cave, but let's get a reading here. Okay, 2 more samples required. 1 more. Poor native copper. The last one was also poor native copper, but this is actually a worse reading. So it got worse when we came this way. So we're gonna instead go the opposite way. Basically, like, if you go somewhere and your reading is worse than the previous reading, then you're gonna go in the opposite direction, and it'll be likely to get better instead of worse. Yeah, if it's poor over here and then very poor over here, you're gonna want to go back the other way. And then it'll probably go from poor to like common, or common to very common, right? Yeah, so we're gonna go in the exact opposite direction, kind of over here to where this cliff is, and we're gonna look there. Oh, Saturn, I don't have a map. Yeah, no map. Okay, one more sample. Very poor native copper. 4%. Okay, so the best reading we got was over there. Very poor. Let's go that way. Over there to that rock formation. I am gonna need more food very shortly. Right now, we're just sort of scouting the area, trying to find a good reading. There's still a lot of caribous here. Maybe I can lure this one home. Hang on. Yeah, let's chase it that way. It's gonna run away from us, so we just have to chase it now. We need food. We've managed to get pretty low on food, so we have to try to address that. I don't know if that's a caribou or not, but it is definitely a meaty animal. Is that it? Can't really tell. Where is it? Oh yeah, okay, that was it. It was sleeping in the grass. Fair enough. Hell yeah. I don't know what that is, but we got it. Oh, it's a caribou baby. Shit. Oh well, it's a little bit of meat. Not much. We gotta go home. I still have one more serving of food back there. And now we have 2 red meat as well. Do I just stick my berries into the cellar or should I cook them with something? Berries can only be used for porridge. So if you find a lot of grain, like a lot of flax or a lot of rye, this stuff right here, rye grain, flax grain, spelt grain, you can use that to make porridge with berries. Or if you make a meat stew, you can put 1 stack of berries in there. But that's all you can do with berries regarding cooking, at least until later in the game when you get pies and stuff. All right. Yeah, we gotta cook. At least something. You can't make, like, meaty porridge, can you? No. Anyway, this is our breakfast, but this is like all we have. I might actually, okay, I know what we'll do. Yeah, I know what we'll do. We're gonna sleep now, and we are gonna go get prospectors' readings up there where we wanted to, and we're also gonna try to hunt. We're just gonna have to sleep the night away. You always get more from cooking meals. Yeah, if you can cook it, but you can only use berries in very specific contexts. Yeah, you can only put berries into porridge. You're generally okay just eating them. You should stockpile as many berries as possible and stick them in your cellar until you're ready to eat them. Otherwise, they might spoil on you. Usually what I do is I make porridge out of, you know, I'll make like vegetable or meat stews, I'll make porridge, and I'll eat my berries just as they are, instead of saving them. All right, we have 1 serving of food. Yeah, let's go to sleep now. All right. Yeah, at most, berries are gonna last like 5 days. How in-depth is the game? It's very in-depth. Yeah, with a shitload of different mechanics and really awesome stuff about it. All right, let's leave the bowls there for now. And let's head out. I need to try to do some hunting, foraging, and try to get some prospector's pick readings. We're pretty low on food. Oh my god, there's fucking turnips right here. Grown turnips, nice. Oh, beautiful, okay. Yeah, I got like 3 turnips there, or 2. I'll try to find one of the mommy and daddy caribous, take them out. I don't think I'm gonna manage to kill that rabbit. Oh. There's a dead rabbit right here. It looks like it might have died to fall damage or something. Okay. Anyway, let's get our prospector's pick reading here. Very poor native copper. So this reading is worse too. There's only one direction that I haven't gone in yet. It got worse in pretty much every direction. So far, still, the best reading that we've gotten has been the reading that we got over this hill. I don't need to kill a baby deer. Yeah, let's check over here, I guess. Mostly for food. I'm hoping that I can forage something to eat over here. Or hunt something. Chickens. That's food. Not exactly substantial, but we also need to get some feathers, so... Oh, for fuck's sake. That's right. Alright, hopefully the males will come attack me now. Well, one of them did. Hell yeah, see that? Fucking trying to gang beat me and shit. Okay. Chickens are pack animals. Extraordinarily dangerous. Have you ever heard of cheetahs? Jaguars? Let me introduce you to the chicken. Pack hunters, organized. Wolves have nothing on them. Once you feel the peck, it's already too late. Anyway, we can't eat what we just got. Not without cooking it first. Oh my god. A deer. Got an opportunity here. Let's try to flank it from behind, and then I can spook it toward my house. Like that. It's become aggressive. It's coming at us now. Where the hell are you going? Come on. Crouch. Wait. He'll only run a limited distance as long as you're crouched and staying still. Okay. Food. And maybe we'll double back for those chickens also. We're gonna go a little hungry until we get this meal cooked. Oh, turnips, right. Let's eat those now. Our axe has finally broken. I'm not even gonna bother trying to kill the rabbit. I'm not a hunter, so it would take me 2 spear throws to kill it. Oh yes, we're getting so much food. It's all meat too. It's gonna be very substantially filling. Sustain us well. Oh my god, and another animal. Look at that. We heard it. It looks like a caribou, but I can't tell at a glance if it's a male or a female. Oh, it's a male. Otherwise, it wouldn't be coming to attack us. Beautiful. Oh, we're gonna eat like a king now. That's a very successful hunting trip. Yep, we just did ourselves a shitload of good. Let's get out of here. Go home. Cook. Oh, damn straight, Steven. I honestly highly recommend it, buddy. I highly recommend it. Is it completed enough where you'd be satisfied for a long-term playthrough? Yes. Yes, it is. However, this game is extremely difficult to learn, and there's going to be times where it really pisses you off. Everything takes 10 times as much work than you'd normally have to do in a survival game, but that's kind of the charm about it. And if you just watch a couple of my series, get an idea for the game, get a feel for it, right? I think you'd really love it. And I would definitely say it's worth your money. Personally, I would say that. I definitely believe it's worth mine. And I have really high standards with games. All right, let's see here. Put the cooking pot, no shit, in there. Well, I can make 4 servings of meat stew. And then I could do this. A triple, yeah, do all of that. It'd be a very fulfilling meal. All right, let's get that lit. Put some fuel in there. We got some mega meals coming in right now. This is nice, buddy. This is what you hope for, is just a shitload of food, like meat. Yeah, there's definitely taming. Yeah, you can domesticate animals. You can have chickens, boars, sheep, goats. There's a goat right there. I'm probably gonna kill it for the meat, though. Is it a male? Is it gonna come at me? I'm not going down there, because if he does start attacking me, man, he'll probably fuck me up. If he does manage to hit me. It's almost done. He's attacking us. Yeah, he's pissed. Go. He's fast. Ho 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 ho, buddy. We brought him down. He's very fast. I wasn't expecting attacking goats to be that fast. Yeah, let's use some bandages, skin him, get our spear, and then go check on our meal. All right. Yeah, we can make a more substantial batch of meals now. Grab the bones. That's still nowhere near done yet. I think I'll eat a piece of grain just to temporarily stave off our starvation. Medium hides, nice, I've wanted those. Horn Visalis goat. Okay, yeah. Let's just eat one of those. Just one, just to make it so we're not starving right now. And then I'll use 3 more bandages to top up our health supply. That was a close one. I know, a goat. They're fast, man. They're surprisingly fast. Goats are the goat, one might say. I can make beautiful fucking meals now. Let's put more fuel in here. Keep it nice and hot. And let's put these meals into a crock pot so that they preserve better. Boom. 3 servings of hefty red meat poultry stew. And then we still have 2 raw poultry that we can cook on its own. Oh, yes. All right, let's put this into the cellar so it keeps really well. And let's eat a serving right now. All right. And let's craft more bandages. We are going to be eating really well for a little while I continue looking around for copper. Let's oil these hides. It should only be 1 animal fat for both of them. Anyway, it might not be as efficient, but I may simply bite the bullet and use those large pelts to craft our hunter backpacks. It's normally better if you can just use 1 medium hide. Yeah, it only takes 1 medium hide, so if only the amount of inventory you got was determined by the size of the pelt used. I don't know, maybe we'll just wait for these. That's okay. Couple more fuel in there, maybe just 1. I don't see it needing 2. Let's oil these hides, that's what she said. All right, put that in there. Fill the crock pot with the meals. And let's cook this poultry right here. Beautiful. We got some damn fine meals for a while. I have 6 servings of extremely filling stuff. Yeah, we'll be better off. Anyway, that should finish cooking while I'm gone. Let's seal this up. Drop the cooking pot right there. Same with 2 of our bowls. And then I might just carry around a crock pot full of meals. Carry around the crock pot and 1 bowl. I think that's the best use of the space. And we have an N crop that we have to plant. These are our end crops right here. Plants are right there. Okay. Now, let's go get a prospector's pick reading over there. I haven't really checked over there yet. And that is the next logical step. We'll come back and... Oh, it's done? Okay. Guess we'll eat that next. Let's leave behind this bowl. We don't need it. Yeah, let's go get a prospector's pick reading somewhere over there in that area. This whole area over here is largely unexplored by us. We haven't really roamed it at all. So there's no telling what we might find. Yeah, we'll get some prospector's pick readings here and see if we can find an abundance of copper. There's another fucking animal there. I don't know if it's a male or not. If it is, it might turn around and come attack us. If it's a female, it would probably just keep on running away. But we're not going to chase after it. It kind of went through... Oh my god, it's coming. Yeah, it's attacking. Hop over. Head over here. Holy shit. Jesus.
God, that was some aggressive deer.
Oh yeah. Thank you, sweetie.
Those are salty. There's ham and...
Oh, that sounds good. Okay, thank you. I've been hungry. I love you, sweetie. We're doing good. We're looking for copper right now.
Oh yes, panning for copper.
Well, we have our copper tools. Now we're looking for the deep mining. Yeah.
Don't fall to your death.
Yeah. I'm happy to say that hasn't happened for a few playthroughs. We learned how to do it a little better. All right, let's do a prospector's pick reading right here. And then right there. And lastly, right here. Very high cassiterite. Boom. Okay, unfortunately we didn't find any copper, but this very high cassiterite is a huge deal. Huge deal. Yeah. So we're gonna put a crucifix there to mark it as an important location. And I'm gonna have to look elsewhere for the potential of finding copper. Theoretically, I could end up finding copper even if I dig in a place that gives me a poor reading of it. It's not impossible to find it in a place with a poor reading. But, you know, ideally you don't settle for that, right? And you look for a place that has a lot. I think I'm gonna start collecting these mollusks so that we can make lime out of them. We don't know how long it's gonna take for me to find lime to make lime water, so... I have been seeing a lot of mollusks around this area. Let's avoid these sheep. I found out they're actually pretty fucking fast. I don't really want to antagonize them too much. I have to make more bandages to get health back. I can't really get a good reading there. It's not easy enough to access the stone underneath. This place might be better. Not really. No. No, it is not. I need to have at least a few places with exposed stone in order to get a good reading, and we're not finding that here. Fuck it. We'll do the food first. Cook the food, secure your food supply, and then seek out ore. The highest reading that we got was over there. Maybe I need to go like over that mountain that way. That was where we got the best rating that we've gotten. I don't know. All right. Let's start curing these oiled pelts. We got more. I have another N seed to plant here. Put it over here with the other N's. I need a new axe. And let's cook this meat that we got. Grab the cooking pot, put it in there. I'd say 5 fuel should do for cooking this. Beautiful. Let's get it lit, get it cooking, and hit the road. We got more exploring to do. I'll just put this red meat in here for now. And to make sure this finishes cooking, yeah, we're gonna put another piece of fuel in there. Now let's grab these and make more healing salves out of the horsetail. There we go. And let's top up our health so we're no longer bleeding hunger saturation. All right. Our spears aren't looking too good. We are gonna have to make more, and I don't think I would want to melee something else with our spears in their current condition. I'm ambivalent about it, very ambivalent about it, but we're gonna go... Ooh, another shell. We're gonna go over there and get a reading from that rock formation right there. Having a very hard time getting a good reading. We found high cassiterite, though. That's a huge fucking deal. Very high cassiterite. That's amazing. It's preferable. It's the ideal... Ooh. Hang on. Decent native copper. That's the best rating we've gotten. Nice. So obviously in this game of hot and cold, things just got a little hotter. All right, let's check that rock formation up there. Maybe my hunch was correct and we'll find better there. I'm just glad we finally found a decent rating. I can work with decent. Hopefully this is high or very high. I just found a trader right there. Okay, one more sample, really? Decent native copper again. The other one was better, though. We actually got further from the hotspot. So I'd say that's probably our best bet, is somewhere like over here, near where that cave was. I don't suppose there's a tiny ass body of water here. I highly doubt it. I am very stupid. I'm not really seeing any just low-hanging fruit ores here. Oh, fuck. He hit the armor. He didn't hit me, he hit the armor. Oh my god, get out of here. Go. Fuck. Go. Holy shit, yeah, don't do that. We're gonna find a safer place to go down. Holy fuck, he's like coming for us. I can't really turn around. Long as I don't turn around. Okay, he's fleeing us. I don't know why. I have no idea. But let's get home real quick. We found a good enough place to go down and look for copper, I think. Looks like our soup is ready. Our stew. All right. Deposit that with the other meal. Close it up. Of all the readings we've gotten, that one over there is the best one so far. There's a fox over there. I don't suppose this can be one of the playthroughs where I get really lucky and find copper bits on the ground. Doesn't look like it. I usually prefer to dig down where there's water, because it's like safer. You have an elevator to use. I'm gonna try to get a reading like right here. One, 2, 3. Now same thing, 1, 2, 3, and then we prospect after this third application right here. Okay. Decent native copper. And it's actually better than the prior reading. So you know what? This is different now because this is actually very close to the shoreline. So I can feasibly dig down right here where the water is and theoretically get to the copper, right? And that's what I'd like to do. So we're gonna do that. I'm gonna create a little hole right here. Right here. I'm gonna put this dirt around it because it's secure, kind of stable, you know? And then we just dig down from there. We'll have the water source block to kind of go down with, right? It'll serve as an elevator and help us out. Now let's go home, rest, and then we'll return here. And I'm gonna mark this as our mine. I don't know if we can find better. I really don't, but from there, it's really hard to tell where we'd have a better reading. We may not even find better than this. Okay, let's head home. I'm just really stoked that we found very high cassiterite, because that means bronze, not far away. Cassiterite goes by another name, tin. And as some of you RuneScape Andies might know, if you mix tin with copper, you get bronze, right? You ate too many special cookies last night? I was wondering where you were. Are you okay? Right on, though. You sound like you had some fun. How are you doing, Brian? Have you tried Audible? Zuzi has Audible. She really likes it, actually. Like, whenever she has to do dishes, she really likes how she can, like, listen to her favorite books while she does the dishes. It's like someone's reading for you. You know what I mean? Right? We're gonna want to get rid of our unwanted tools for now. Don't need that. Even the spears are kind of questionable right now. I might want to be able to defend myself. I'll take 1 spear. 1. And it's gonna be mint condition. Oh shit. Alright, I guess we'll just make the knife anyway. We already started it, may as well finish it. And spear. That's right. Wait. Well, it's too late now. I already have a spearhead in storage that I could have used, but that's okay. We have 2 nearly broken spears, so we'll be using it. I guess I'll just use it right now. Oh, wow. Yeah, we have 3 flint spearheads that we got from panning. Store a bunch in here. Keep 1 for myself. Deposit the sticks and the granite stone right here. All right. It's time for us to go down there. For better or worse. I've gotten copper spearheads from panning before. It's pretty awesome. It's a very powerful weapon. All right. Now we have to make a little air bubble. We do that just by breaking 2 blocks right here. Nice. And then we continue on down. Okay. Make an air bubble. And that's it. That's, you know, that's how we get down. I definitely prefer to do it like this, where I have the water. Because without the water, there's a lot of risk involved. With this way, there's kind of like less so. Wait, I'm gonna get a prospector's pick reading. We're gonna do a node search. And if there's any copper around for an 8-block radius around me, it'll tell us. No ore node nearby. Fair enough. This is why the animal fat oil lamp is so useful, because it's a light source underwater. It doesn't go out. Okay, make an air bubble. The music just changed and got real creepy. No ore nearby. At any point, we could fall into a cave and there'll be like a massive collapse. It's pretty scary when it happens. Get some air. Okay. Let's get a prospector's pick reading, see if we can find any copper. No ore nearby. Yet. Usually I've found a trace by now. But this place only has decent. It doesn't have very high, right? So let's make more packed dirt. And let's keep going down. It's the best we can do is just keep going down and hope we find it. I'm glad we're getting a shitload of granite, because that's a beautiful block to build a house out of. Let's do another prospector node search and see if we uncover any copper around. No ore. Shit. This sucks, buddy. Hopefully we can find some soon. Native copper, medium amounts. We're closer. All right, so now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna leave a block here to indicate that we found some. I'm gonna go a little lower and I'm gonna see if it goes from medium amounts to large amounts. We had to go deep this time. I normally don't have to go this deep to find it. Okay, now we get another prospecting done. Native copper, medium amounts still. All right, so you know what? We're gonna make somewhat of a ladder going up. Like a staircase going up out of the blocks. And hopefully we find it soon. Hopefully. The goal is that you find enough copper to replace your pickaxe before your first pickaxe breaks, right? That's kind of the main goal here. Thank you, Brian. Yes, buddy, we just hit it today. Big deal, man. Really big deal. Still says medium amounts of native copper. Holy shit. Okay. That's always very scary when it happens. You never know when it's gonna fall on you and either do a lot of damage or kill you outright. No ore nearby. Okay, we're now so far away that we can't detect it. So we're gonna go, like, to the sides here. Get a reading over there. Small amounts over there. Okay. So if I go down here... and I get a reading, say, right there. Is that medium? Yeah, medium. And then let's get a reading over here. Native copper, medium amounts over there. And there's some bismuth-pinapite. Interesting. So we know it's not that way. That's like a dead end over there. We got a lower reading up there. So now we are gonna have to just sort of continue tunneling like this. And then try to get more readings. Maybe the medium amount becomes a large amount, right? We get closer and closer. And then eventually, if you're lucky, pay dirt. You find what you're looking for. Medium amounts still. The bismuth was up there. Anyway, if you want to conserve on your pickaxe durability, I didn't realize this until later, but you can actually break a block most of the way with your pickaxe, and then finish it off with your prospector's pick. And then I'm pretty sure your prospector's pick takes the hit, right? So 166. 166, yeah, so that's a way that you can kind of like maintain the longevity, so to speak. Anyway, we're gonna go this way real quick. I'm gonna break 3 blocks and then get a reading over there. Native copper's small amounts, so now we're further away from it. This is intense. Yeah, it seldom takes me this long. Oh, there it is. Okay, native copper, large amounts, guys. We are getting very close to a vein, a rich vein of copper. We gotta just keep on searching, keep trying to find it. There it is. What do we say? Pay dirt. Damn straight we say pay dirt. We just found it. Okay. There. Now, we're gonna take all these roots that didn't bear fruit and we're just gonna close them off. And I'm gonna do something here to give myself a better elevator up. We're gonna lower these blocks, get rid of the water flow. And now, since I broke that block down there, the water is going into that block. It's just a straight elevator now, right? Easy. We now have a route to copper. That used, you know, it used about half of both of our tools, but we're still doing fine. I think we did great. Now, we're gonna place torches to prevent monster spawns. I'll close off these routes right here. And we're gonna have to try to be very careful about cave-ins while we do this. Certainly very careful about fucking the roof falling on us and killing us. It's gonna happen a couple times where it falls on us. I need to learn what exactly causes the crumbling to happen, like causes the entire structure to fall, you know? I'm just glad we're finally getting some copper. We had to dig very far to find it. And it said large amounts, so we're not gonna come out of this with nothing. I am officially able to replace my pickaxe and then some. Get a lot of extra shit. We did good. We did really good here. Oh shit. Right. I gotta go. Temporal stability. Come on. I completely forgot about temporal stability. That'll kill me if I stay down here too long. Let's go. Come on. Holy shit, I can't believe I forgot about my temporal stability. Look at that. Look how low the gear is. See, this is something I haven't experienced much yet. That's new to me. We had to go so low that that actually became a problem. All right, now the water strength is too strong. I need to dig myself a little way out here. Right there. Okay. Holy shit. 16%. That's insane. But we're okay now. We'll go back there later after we've had a chance to rest off this temporal instability. And I can start making granite cobblestone. Yeah, that's gonna prevent it from, you know, this granite takes up a lot of inventory space. God, that was so fucking scary, dude. I'm still waiting for my temporal stability to, like, increase, you know? Oh, look at little Zuzanka. Oh my god. Yeah.
That was my first day at school.
Aww. Temporal stability won't improve. Well, I don't know why my temporal stability isn't going up, but at least it isn't still going down. Okay. Yeah, the gear is spinning to the right now. So maybe inversely to how some areas have stability, some areas, or no. You know how some areas have temporal instability? Maybe other areas have varying levels of restoration. Like if I stand here, it won't go down, but it won't go up either. I don't know. Because it looks like whenever I'm in this base, my gear does not really turn to the right very much unless I'm like back here. No? Yeah, right there. Yeah, it's barely going up when I stand here. We'll have to just go do something somewhere else. But that's fine. We got copper, and I am so happy that we did. Grab that. Smash open these nuggets. We can now replace our pickaxe anytime we want to. No harm, no foul, no worries. And we have a good starter amount of cobblestone for building a real home. All right, let's grab some tools and let's go somewhere to forage a little bit. Just sort of get out of here where, you know, we need to restore our temporal stability now. That's what really needs to happen. We have food. Yeah, let's go. I miss our music. The song we're hearing right now is like the temporal instability song, you know? Oh, it spins backwards when we're over here? Let's go that way. Oh, Joker. Yeah, we had to leave the cats behind, buddy. For two reasons. One, with my income as it was, I couldn't afford to take care of them. And two, Zuzi's very allergic to the cat, so you know, tiny apartment, her allergies would have been a bad time for her. And honestly, I probably couldn't have taken as good care of them as Mom can. All right, it looks like I'm gonna have to be very specific about where I stand in order to get my temporal stability back. I see, Saturn, I see. Okay, so although my base doesn't reduce my temporal stability, it doesn't restore it either, right? Fair enough. Yeah, we pretty much have to remain in this area right here for our temporal stability to increase rather than decrease. We should be all right. At least I noticed it before we dropped dead to it. Can you imagine? All that progress, all that hard work, and then we die to that? I'm trying to get to another faraway place where my stability might start increasing. I was wondering why my screen looked glitchy, like it was moving. I thought I had a piece of hair in my mouse or something, but it turns out it was actually my temporal instability causing the glitchiness on the screen. I can't seem to find a place where my stability restores. It just keeps going down. Very strange. You guys see this? My gear just keeps on spinning backwards. Very weird. Well, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go back to that other place where we were, because that's the only place it seems to increase at all. Hey Saturn, if I fall asleep in a place where my temporal stability is going up and I wake up, will I gain like a whole bunch of it all at once? Or does my temporal gear not like fast track to full when I'm sleeping? Yeah, I like the temporal stability mechanic. It adds another level of challenge and fear. Well, it's a little too early for me to sleep. But theoretically I could. But I would need to build a little sleeping shack of sorts. Yeah, N crops right there. Rye grain. Deposit that. Seal it up. Yeah, let's grab our bed. I'm gonna need a little bit more dirt. All right. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I gotta seal this up. 100%. Okay, let's get some sleep. And hope it like fast tracks it full, you know? It didn't seem too much faster. All right. I don't... Oh, there. Okay, there it is. We're safe in here. We're just gonna sit here and try to wait until our temporal stability has been returned to us. Killing drifters? True, true. I'd like to try to go kill some, but at the same time, I don't have any armor on my chest. I have head and leg armor, but might be too risky. We'll just sit tight. We'll sit tight. Right now, it's coming back. I do wish I had something to do. But something tells me even if I went to, like, my panning area, it would still be going down. This was the one safe haven that I was able to find that would restore it. The one safe haven. I definitely can't afford to neglect it again. That was a little too scary, man. Like, it really was. Realizing that my meter was almost empty when I was that deep underground, that was pretty horrifying. It fills up slow for sure. Let's put that... Hang on. All right. Our base is over there. I'll check out the little panning shelter and see what it looks like. Hey, you know what? Okay, our temporal stability increases right here. And it does increase here extremely slowly. Extremely slowly, but no, okay, it just stalled out. It's so weird how it's just sort of hovering like that. My torches are definitely gone, yeah. Let's place them again. It restores over here too. Let's clear some of the shrubbery then. Yeah, I just want to be doing something productive instead of standing there watching it go up. At least over here, clearing the shrubbery, I'm improving the sight lines around my base, and that has utility. Seeing a bear before he sees me could save my life one day. I'm just happy we're still alive. The sun is rising, as is my temporal stability. We're getting better. Oh, we're getting better. Gradually. 75% just about. Let's grab some of this peat. And eat. Gonna grab some of that peat and eat. Grab some of that peat and eat. Come on, girl, grab some of that peat and eat. Again, that was, on a scale of 1 to 10, that joke was sub-zero. I'm really sorry. I have a knack for cringe. I don't have any flint on me. There we go. Usually, in my playthroughs, like, when I end up finding copper, I'm never deep enough for temporal stability to be a problem. It was completely new to me, like completely fucking new. I've never had that happen before. Like, not really. Okay. Let's grab more of this shit. Son of a bitch. Let's use a bandage. The peat does just sort of continue extending under the sand. We'll uncover it and then we'll head back. There's more peat right there. Holy shit, we got a lot of peat in your base, man. It's pretty cool. Anyway, my temporal stability might be good enough where I'm comfortable going down again. Alright, the one thing we might need soonest is a pickaxe. We'll put that right there, and the hammer mold right here. Deposit the prospector one. Most likely ain't needing that. Let's crack in here. Grab another one of our meals that are pre-prepared. Okay. We got food for a while. Deposit those. Place our bed back down. Make 2 more torches to replace the ones that we fucked up and ended up ruining. Okay. Yeah, let's head back down. It's time. We have 90% temporal stability. I think it might be good enough. I'm also topped up on food. I have a decent amount of torches. Let us head to the crucifix of the Lord. But we have constructed a glorious edifice to his majesty. Alright. Let's try not to die. That would suck ass. I can get down there really fast, but then our temporal stability starts melting just as fast. Look at that. Look how fast the gear is turning. Oh my god. We really don't have long. Like, at all. Okay, well, we better get busy if we really don't have long. Yeah, great. Let's go even deeper, so the gear can spin even faster. The game definitely made us work very hard for our first copper. We got to enjoy the music for all of about 2 minutes before shit started getting fucked again. I have a theory that if you keep every room like in the shape of a square, then it might not cave in, but if you have a whole bunch of random ass blocks just jutting out, then the structural stability of the stone rooms like falters. I don't know though. I really have no idea what keeps a room up. Like, I don't know if putting that dirt pillar is gonna change anything. I know there's not any gravel overhead, like over my head right now. Yeah, we gotta mine as fast as we possibly can here. This is one hell of a mother lode. You know what? It might only be poor quality copper, but it's a lot of copper, and we should be very grateful for that. To have dug this deep and not found anything would have been tragic, right? The dwarves dug too greedily and too deep, and now their gear is spinning backwards. Fucking gears of war. Yeah, the gear is still spinning backwards, but we seem to have more time than I thought we would. Look at the ceiling blocks and it'll tell you their instability. Oh god, but it says the stability's low everywhere. Oh my god. Okay, what if I put this here? I don't know, that doesn't really seem like it's holding it up much. Yeah, I don't know. My balls are itching right now just thinking about it. Like, I'm trying to support it with dirt, but I don't know if that's gonna do anything. Medium amounts of copper remain down here. My gear is still spinning backwards. I need to be very careful. Oh, you know what? I don't have to worry too much. I was gonna say, like, if my pickaxe breaks and then a cave-in happens, I would be stranded down here with no way out, but I still have the prospector's pick. It would take a little bit longer to get out, but I could still get out. Now, there is probably still more here. Trace amounts. Really not that much here. And what is left, we have no idea where it would be necessarily. We still have a little bit of time before my temporal stability becomes an irrevocable issue. Fuck is this? Oh, that's my way out. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Anyway, I think we're gonna get out of here now. It says there's trace amounts of copper here, but I'm probably just gonna want to find another mine. We'll see. I'll decide later, ultimately. Let's just collect our torches on the way out. But I would say that was a very successful run. Okay. Let's go. We gotta get the hell out of Dodge. Get some air. Okay, we're good. Let's go. I have 88 poor quality copper nuggets. That's a decent amount of copper, honestly. We'll be able to make some good progress. I certainly don't have to worry about panning ever again. Not now. We have more than enough copper to replace our pickaxe and make sure we always have one. The crops are growing nicely, really nicely, because of how often it rains here, right? It's gloomy when it rains and a little bit depressing, but at the same time, we barely have to worry about watering the crops at all. And as long as we rotate them, this will be my most efficient garden that I've ever had. All right, let's eat. And let's crack into these nuggets. There we go. A hefty amount of copper to work. It is going to take a lot to make our anvil, though. 900 units, which is honestly a pretty ridiculous amount, but... That's only 640 units of copper. I think we need 45 per slot in order to make the anvil. Yeah, 900 units of copper. And then we still have 70... Ooh. Oh, okay, we have 100 leftover nuggets. Beautiful, buddy. You can craft support beams. Okay, well, you know what? Thank you. If I know I can improve the stability, then I will. And it might just save our lives. All right, there we go. I've got a good amount of granite cobblestone blocks already. Okay. Looks like all that hunting we did definitely paid off. Now, I'm thinking we do a massive amount of smelting here. So 900 units of copper is going to take a while, but we have no shortage of coal. So I'm thinking we put more in there. It gets confused. Hang on. I'll have to do it this way. Move that. Okay, and then do that. $12.80, huh? All right, so that would make me 1,300 units of copper, but I have to be able to use all of it. So we'll have 32 copper nuggets left. Grab the anvil mold. Put that down. So that's 900. 1,000. 1,100. 1,200. 1,300. And technically 1,400 if I put another 20 in there. And we're making another pickaxe already. Yeah, so we're gonna put this in there. It'll take a while, but it will be worth it. 1,400 units of smelted copper. I can make the anvil, and then we have 500 left for 3 ingots and the hammer and the pickaxe. Right on. I mean, why do it small, right? Now, let's bring this up to temperature using peat. It'll save on coal. That's gonna take a while. We're gonna have to stay here and watch it. Unfortunately, my temporal stability isn't improving, but it also isn't getting any worse, so it's livable. I just wish we had music, right? I can't really find a place around my base where it would get any better. Yeah, we're gonna use peat until I think we can take 1 peat out of there. We're going to use peat until the crucible reaches a temperature of 900 degrees, and then we're going to throw the coal in there to take over. That way we use as little coal as possible. I might even be able to get away with just using these 12 coal. Or less. We'll have to wait and see. We will count how much we use out of the 12. Coal and peat are 2 very hot guys. Wow. I like that. I like the cringe behind that joke. That was like my brother, you know? All right. There we go. Now the coal will take over. We put 12 in there. I'm gonna need the tongs. Now, am I able to have any rising temporal stability in here? Not really. I'm trying like standing over here, but it doesn't really seem to go. Oh? I don't know. It's going up like a tiny bit. Maybe it does go up really slowly in my base, but it's really, really slow. That's a lot of copper in there. A lot of copper. I don't think I've ever done a workload this ambitious before. I'm just happy we found rich cassiterite. I actually get to enjoy having tin bronze, you know? Whether we find the beehive or not, whatever. I get to enjoy having bronze for the first time. There is so much spawn RNG in this game, it's ridiculous. Like, there's a lot of spawn RNG. Anyway, let's leave that going for a while. Stand over here for a second. Who knows, maybe a monster will show up and I can get like a rapid increase of my meter, right? Amazing how standing here looking at a portal, my stability is going up. Why would I want to make the anvil out of bismuth bronze? Does it make for a stronger anvil or something? finally have some gentle music. Let's grab those berries over there. I'm very happy that we have this music again. I don't think any monsters are gonna spawn here because there's no darkness around. You need darkness for monsters to spawn, right? But I'm cool with it as long as our temporal stability is rising. Oh, so okay, there's not like a... There's not necessarily per se like a function reason to go with bismuth bronze, but you're saying it's the most aesthetically pleasing type of bronze. Fair enough. It's coming along. There's still 5 coal in there. We have some time. Let's continue getting our temporal stability back up. Let's do something productive. I still don't even have chest armor on. I have to go make that. We have the wood required to make it, and the dry grass. I pretty much just have to go there and make it. I find it funny that there's no innate movement speed penalty to literally just putting, like, tying firewood to your body. Anyway, those goats are still chilling. One day I could try to kill them. One day. But they are pretty fast. I need to make sure I have good quality armor on, and I'm worried that the goats might actually be faster than me. Like, I can't just back up and attack them the same way I could, like, a wolf. You know what I mean? But, like, you don't really know until you practice, so... Yeah, that's almost done. I think it's going to take both of those pieces of coal to finish, for sure. We need more wood than that. We have a couple of maple logs right here. That should give us enough. There we go. Improvised armor. That is done. So let's grab it and pour. Starting with the anvil, it's the most important part. We have 1,300 units of molten copper. Yeah, tin bronze deals more damage, and bismuth bronze has more durability, right? That's my understanding of it. And the best is apparently black bronze, which has like the highest durability. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at all that, man. That, I'm calling that like a total success. Let's equip our armor. Hang on. I wonder if these guys can like climb up multiple blocks or something. This is the one, the Valais goat. I could try to domesticate them, couldn't I? Like, maybe if I managed to build walls around them, but I think they run away from you, don't they? Yeah, they're skittish. Real skittish. And how fast do they swim? That's important, because they might be able to catch me in water. We got an aggressor. Well, he can't reach me up here, I'll tell you that. Fair enough. Okay, we got him. One of them. It is never a bad idea to stockpile food. I don't think I'll be getting him now, not unless I could flank him from the other side. And besides, this one might be a female rather than a male, which would mean it would just keep on running anyway. I don't like being here, buddy. This bear country. I hear it out there. Maybe if I run straight that way, we'll scare it off into the open. Yup. That goat just wants nothing to do with me, bro. Let's let it simmer down. Oh yeah. Pretty sure this is a female. Otherwise, I feel like it would have been aggressive already, right? Jesus, it's going so far. I don't know if I can get that, really. Fucker. Pretty sure we just lost it. Oh. That's right fucking there. Son of a bitch. Now I truly have no idea. Oh. This may just be the hardest hunt of my life, gentlemen. I may have finally met my match in this goat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm finding it. I want the medium hides, but technically now I do have 4 medium hides. Oh my god. I do have 4 medium hides, which means that I might be able to finally make my 4 animal hide bags out of medium hide. Ensuring no waste, because the large hides are kind of a waste when you do it with them. How is it still alive? These things are fucking beefy. Motherfucker. Yeah, I just don't think we're getting it. every time I think I'm about to, you know, we just lose it. God forbid I encounter a bear in here, right? Okay, we're just gonna get out of here. We at least managed to hunt one. And our temporal stability is damn near full as a result of our, oh god, excursions and expeditions here. Oh yeah, maybe third person would have helped me to find that goat earlier. Oh well, doesn't matter anymore. We've moved on from that pursuit. Oh, I see something else that we could try to hunt, though. That third-person view came in clutch, and I was able to see this. It looks like a caribou. A meaty creature. Certainly dangerous, especially if it's a male. If it's a female, it, you know. I'm glad he chose to run in that direction, kind of closer to our home. Yeah, definitely don't sleep on a third-person view. You can zoom it out and get, like, considerably greater lay of the land, you know what I mean? Like, a good awareness of your surroundings. It must be a female caribou, otherwise I can't imagine it would still be running away. It'd be trying to kill us otherwise. Jesus, how is it still alive? Son of a bitch. Hey, it's dead. That's a dead male. I don't even know if that was the one that we were hitting. But I'll take it, just the same. That's great. Won't be able to harvest as much. It looks crushed. So he died to fall damage then. Fair enough. We got enough meat for me to make a slightly better meal. But I don't think that was the one we were chasing. That one, probably long gone. Same with the goat. But at least we found what we did. Let's eat some of these berries. Okay. Our copper stuff should definitely be cooled and ready for, you know, ready for action. Oh, monsters. Holy shit. Let's plug that up. Make sure I'm really safe. And we have to break that in order to get the anvil out of it. Beautiful. Now we have to set up an actual smeltery. These pelts are done. I can make my first 2 animal hide pelts, which is nice. I could just use the large pelts that we have, but it's more efficient if you make your medium, like if you make your bags out of medium pelts. Because either way, it only takes 1 pelt, right? Whether you're using a large or a medium. Okay. Drop that right there. Hey, I still have a meat in there. Oh, beautiful. Okay. So I can make 3 servings of hefty meat stew now. Let's make our forge. Put it right there. Anvil. We don't need to bother cooling the metal. I usually like to for immersion's sake, but for as long as we don't have water near where we do our forging, we won't worry about it. Once I have a bucket, we can do that, right? Anyway, we got a replacement hammer long before this one's even in critical condition. We're well ahead of the game there. We have a backup pickaxe now to replace the one that broke in the mine. And we are gonna cook a new stew at this point. Let's use fat on the medium hides that we got. It should only be 1 fat for both medium hides, really efficient. Put those down to cure, and we can use those medium pelts. Let's see here. And I think now's the time I'm gonna make some warmer clothing. Don't I already have a rawhide mantle? Yes, I do. So we're gonna make rawhide leggings. Seems like it only requires 1 large hide with a knife. Okay. There we go. Let's... hang on. Ah! All right. What, you want some of this? Huh? No, you don't. Get out of here. Oh yeah, we got 6 large pelts. We've been busy. Let's use these 2 medium pelts. Wait, let's start that soup first. Yeah. All right, we'll see you later, Saturn. Take care for now, buddy. Hello, Cameron. Hello, buddy. Did you sleep well? You didn't sleep very long. How are you doing? Let's grab some of these cattails. And make a couple of hunter backpacks right here. Nice. Okay. Beautiful. Wait, what? Oh, that's why. Move it over here, and then we can swap it. And now we can actually scrap these old reed baskets. We don't need them anymore. Yeah, you can put them in your crafting inventory with a knife, and you'll get cattails back, a partial refund. We're doing a good job of staying on top of food. Cracking into this crock of meat stew while preparing another. That sounds fucking creepy. Ow. Bastard threw a frickin' rock at me. Hell yeah. Fight Club. Loot the bodies. Hopefully get some flax fiber from them. I got one. One is better than none. All right, let's grab the crock. Put our soup in it, store it in here. Hell yeah. Okay. We still got plenty of food. 14 flax fibers and a lot of flax planted in the garden already. We have a substantial garden. This has been one of the best episode ones that we've ever had. You slept good, eh? Right on. Very beautiful farm. Yes, these creatures are called drifters. They're like the monsters of this world. Dangerous creatures. The axe really isn't the best weapon, is it? Okay. Loot these guys. Hopefully we get, like, something. Let's grab another one of my crafted spears. Take out this lone survivor over here. I got a bow and arrow from him. Hell yeah, those drifters must have came in from the portal that was over there. You're back, eh? Right on. Welcome back, Saturn. It's good to see you. What do I think about temporal storms? I like them. I like them. For the same reason I like storms in 7 Days to Die. On the one hand, yes, it is really boring when you're like trapped indoors and you want to be doing other stuff, but in 7 Days to Die, for example, you can clear POIs while there's a storm. But it's harder, it's more dangerous, because the zombies outside are going to be sprinters instead of walking. And, you know, if you're forced to retreat from the building, then you'll be in considerable danger outside to the weather elements. And similar to that in here, I feel like the storms are a wild card that make it so you never feel safe traversing long distances. You're always wondering when that next temporal storm is and wondering how on guard you have to be against it. Anyway, guys, I think it's time. We're not ending the stream. Are you crazy? No, it's time that we forged some copper ingots into tools. The most important thing for me to make, I believe, is a saw and a chisel. We already have a spare pickaxe right now. So, let's just get this lit and get those up to temperature. I have to grab my tongs from the wall. I love this. It's always raining here, so my crops are always growing at 100% speed, you know? This is really nice. We have a new portal right next to base. Let's eat. And what am I gonna do with these? I'm probably just gonna make these into pelts. It's gonna take 3 fat though. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. I have a spare bowl right here. All right, let's make 1 more lamp out of that. And then use these to oil those large hides. And then when these 2 medium hides are done, I'll be able to make my other 2 large backpacks out of them. Okay, yeah, we can make a lot of warm clothing with those. Yeah, that's what the pelts are going to be really good for. So, let's get started. Grab a hammer. I need nails in order to craft storage chests. So if I wanted to make a couple of storage chests, I would need to do a batch of nails, but we're going to do the copper saw first. That is the most important thing. For sure. Because that gets you access to planks. And planks are the goat. I mean, other than actual goats. Rotate it. And now we have to trim the excess off the saw in order for it to be done. Okay, grab a stick. Like I said, I mean, we could do this and like drop it in the water, cool it off, you know, and then grab it, but we're just gonna craft the saw as is. You don't need to cool it yet. That's not a mechanic in the game yet. There may come a time though where you benefit from cooling the tool off, you know? Or where it's even like downright necessary to finish the tool. Anyway, let's make a chisel now. And then I'm thinking we make some nails. I can only make 1 batch, but that allows us to make 2 storage chests, which I can combine into 1 large storage trunk. Okay, chisel is done. I will cool that off. Yeah, because I can't just attach a handle to that to instantly cool it. All right, so shears would be nice for collecting sticks, but I don't find myself needing a lot of sticks right now. Yeah, so we're just gonna go ahead and make a set of nails and strips. All right, I have to be pixel perfect about this. If I fuck up, then I won't have enough to finish. Oh, never mind. Okay, there's a lot more than I thought there was. Yeah, we can totally finish this, even if we fucked up. We must hammer and forge. Okay, now we have to remove the excess chunks, and then we'll have our nails. I may have to cool these too. Beautiful. Oh shit. We just got attacked by something. We're fine, but... Now... I need planks, and for planks we need wood. But that was a very successful round of smithing. We have a saw for making planks. We now have a chisel. A whole bunch of great stuff. Come on, come on. They call me Crazy Legs. You can't hit this. Way too fast. I'm like lightning. He's like the wind. I got another arrow. Okay. I only really need one bowl, because usually what I do is I carry around the ceramic crock with multiple meals in it, and then I use the bowl to take the meals out of it, you know? All right, deposit the dry grass. Deposit the arrow. Deposit the hammer as well. And the chisel, I'll put in there too. And let's go get some wood. Right here, right? Is there like a tiny little single log down there or no? It doesn't look like it actually. Regardless, we're still gonna harvest all this, get it all out of the way. And get more sticks in the process. I'm really glad that I finally got good enough at Vintage Story to have like a really high early game success rate, you know? I'm sure I can still get like screwed over by some things sometimes, but we've gotten a lot better at it. A lot better. It's worth acknowledging, buddy. It is. I did not always play this well. All right, let's get this wood. Okay. Yeah, make some Planks. We have 24 planks. I think they stack up to 32 per stack. I'm not hearing a beehive, right? I don't think so. And if I was, I'd be confident I could find more bees in the area. Okay. Beautiful, buddy. All right, we got 48 planks. Let's head home. I can craft the storage chests right now. Boom. I was actually able to make 4 of them, which is way better than I thought it would be. Now I can combine those into 2 large wooden trunks for extraordinary storage capacity. So we're pretty much just gonna collect all this peat. At this point, I could store it all in a chest and ultimately have space left over. We don't need the stacks here anymore. Yeah. Let's eat. Have a lunch. It's well deserved. Yeah, we'll put those like that for now. I know you can technically stack them on top of each other, but I don't want to. Yeah, plenty of space. Look at all that peat. I didn't even think we had that much, but clearly I've gone ham show on the fire fuel without noticing. All right. Yeah, we're good. We have massive extra storage. I can now make a bucket, which is amazing, which means I can create my own water source blocks. So now I don't need to have pre-existing water in order to have an elevator leading down into a mine shaft. I can create my own elevator, right? In fact, we're gonna make that bucket right now. I need 4 of these flax fibers. I need to weave them into a flax twine. And then I need some planks to go with the flax twine. Bucket. Done. Chuck it in the fuck it bucket and move on. Now, I could make some barrels, but we just don't really need to. We have everything that mattered most. What else could we make out of the planks? Does anything really matter right now, or have we made everything that's most important? I think we have. Yeah, we don't need to make barrels yet, as we have nothing requiring it. I will want to make a fruit press eventually. We have the hammer and the chisel, but I still need to make a rod. We already, thankfully, have the 2 resin required. So, let's go back underground and try to finish finding and gathering the copper that we left behind. I really don't have that much food, but we also don't need that much. Let's deposit the saw right there. We got a decent reading over there, so I could start digging down over there, actually. maybe we'll do that. Let's get another prospector's reading over here. The thing is, I don't need to use that mine shaft anymore, because... Hello. Because technically, I have my own bucket of water. I can create my own elevator, right? So anywhere is a good mine now. Very stakaribu. There is stakaribu. Let's try to take it down. I highly doubt that's the faded caribou that we lost before, but it's food. Shit. You gotta be kidding. I don't even have a second spear. Oh, come on. I hate throwing spears with any class that isn't a hunter. I really hate it. The hunter is like a fucking... like a laser, you know? Are you a male? Are you gonna come and attack me? Yep, he sure is. Okay. Hell yeah. Right in the dirty little caboose. All right, we got 9 meat, 2 more fat, and another large hide. Let's go deposit that. It was a nice little excursion. And we will put this last meal into the bowl, deposit that crock, and grab the other crock with more meat stew in it. And now we already have progress toward our next batch of meat stews. Beautiful. All right, let's go. Let's grab another spear. I'd like to have 2. Yeah. You've been watching me for 7 hours, eh? Goddamn, buddy. Well, hey, I appreciate the support. It goes a long way. It's fun, isn't it? It's fun. Are you gonna be playing Vintage Story yourself? Oh yeah, Sarah, I've seen that. Yeah, like if you click on multiple vases, you can have them all open at the same time. Yeah, I've seen that. It is a pretty useful feature. All right, I think over here was where we got the half-decent sphalerite reading. Let's just make sure. Right, I need to do density search. No, this is a very poor location. Fair enough. We got some blueberries. Let's eat those now. Maybe over here was where I got the better reading. Somewhere around here, wasn't it? Jesus. Put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. Yeah, there's decent native copper down here. So you know what? We'll just dig down right here, and then maybe we'll land on another node. All I need to do is put a little elevator here out of water, like this, right? Yeah, nice. And let's go. Yeah, make a little air pocket, destroy the top two while I regain my breath. It's pretty hard, Cameron, it's pretty hard, but at the same time, the settings I play it on aren't the only settings to play it on. Yeah, like if you don't want to play permadeath or whatever, you know, totally fine. This game is very fun and very rewarding. So I would highly recommend it. Yeah, if you want a really fun game to play, then I would definitely recommend it. It's gonna piss you off sometimes for sure, but it'll also give you feelings of great joy and satisfaction. Better to have blueberries than blueberries. Oh, that's funny, dude. Yeah, I feel ya. Huge amounts of quartz. Hopefully I don't dig down straight into the quartz. Then I'd have to try to find a way around it. Oh, shit. Yeah, there we go. That sucks. Alright. Well, I pretty much have to call it quits on this one. And then we'll have to make a new tunnel somewhere else. Let's grab the water. Plug that all up. I mean, there is quartz there, but there's quartz everywhere. I'm not worried about finding quartz at all. You can sneeze and find a bunch of quartz by accident, like. I guess I'll just go down right here. Hey, Zuzi. Hello, sweetie pie. Yeah, I'm just about ready to log off. It's been a very full day. We're having a blast. All right. No ore nodes nearby. Hardcore Minecraft on steroids? That sounds about right, yeah. All right, now let's do a node search right here. Huge amounts of quartz. God damn it, we landed on the quartz again. That is clearly an enormous fucking amount of quartz. If it spans all the way over here, like... Alright, well, you know what? We are going to go over here, then. On the other side of where I got that reading. Kind of closer to where our other mine was. Yeah, closer, but still kind of, like, further away, you know? Resin. Got it. Look at this, eh? All right. Put the water source block down, eat our food, and give this a shot. All right, we need this in the offhand so I can see what I'm doing. Welcome back home, old fart. Hell yeah, buddy. Oh, we've had the best day today. We lost our previous series, but I feel like every time I start, I always try to do things a little bit better. And I'm loving it. I'm loving the learning. I'm loving the learning curve of this game, truly. All right, let's make an air bubble here and then do a prospect. No ore nodes nearby, fair enough. No ore nearby. No ore. We got to keep an eye on our little gear right there, our temporal instability. There's trace amounts of quartz right here, apparently. And I hear monsters on the other side of the wall, but I don't really want to fuck with them. Native copper, medium amounts. Okay, so we're gonna put a little marker here indicating that we found it, and then we're gonna see if there's a larger amount when we go lower. Oh wow, I just came down right on top of it. Beautiful. Holy shit. Okay, fair enough. Medium quality. I wonder how much is actually here. Let's do a prospecting search. Native copper, small amounts, apparently. Which is weird. It said it had a medium amount up above, but maybe that just means there's more copper up above. Either way, we found what we came after, so... Why don't we start dinner, sweetie pie? We'll just bake the pork. A little bit of salt and pepper, nice and quick. Yeah, still getting small amounts of native copper, but honestly, I'm kind of cool with it. I'm cool with it. There may be more up above. There may be. Regardless, we found what we came for. It's really not uncommon. Like, copper is everywhere. You just gotta use the prospector's pick to find out if it says decent. Like, if it says decent copper detected below, that's good enough. Like, I find if you have a decent reading, then that's fine. You don't need much more than that, typically. Alright, it says medium amounts over here. So there's definitely way more than what we've currently found. There's more lying around here somewhere. Let's pop back up here to where we got that first reading, and let's do another one. Quartz trace amounts. Okay, so all the copper is going to be down here then. All of it. Holy shit. Let's use these bandages, get our health back. That's the scary shit right there. Oh, buddy. Massive cave-in? Oh, yeah. We have to keep an eye on our temporal stability. If that temporal stability, if the spinning gear going backwards empties, I die. Temporal stability is a very important mechanic to understand. No ore nearby when we do a reading over there, but whenever we do a reading over here, we do detect ore nearby. Yeah, over here, we're definitely picking up something. We just gotta find it. Native copper, small amounts over there. And what's over here? Medium amounts. See, yeah, if we go in this direction, we'll be closer to where the copper is in abundance. Large amounts, you see that? We're getting closer. We're using the prospector pick to track where it is. It's working out quite well. My inventory is looking pretty ragged now, though. Very full. Can't really pick up these stones. But honestly, I could just go home right now. Take a break. We know that there's more copper here, so I'll mark this place. Yeah, let's start swimming up. Let's make a new signpost here. Hell yeah. And we'll collect this one. I think that this mine is... We're done with it. And sometime tomorrow, we're going to go over there and we're going to check out that very high cassiterite that we ended up finding. I think it was over there. I think so. I hardly remember. But we know we got a very high cassiterite reading somewhere around town. Yeah, let's wrap up for the day. We've had a good day. Grab the clay. Move it here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. A stack and a half of additional cobblestone. We have a lot of it coming in. Even if we don't use it all in our house, we can use some of it to, like, build a wall, for example, you know, like a, just whatever the hell we want, really. I have 2 loose vines in here. Now we have an even number of 9. We'll make 3 ropes. Deposit those in here. Same with the resin. I don't need the bucket, now that we have our mine temporarily figured out. Deposit the arrow, crack open the copper. Beautiful. Right on. Yeah, we have 120 copper nuggets. And I might want to bring our backup shovel here. I don't know. We might not need it, honestly. Let's get some sleep. Still alive, Arrow. Damn straight, buddy. Yeah, we're doing good. And Zuzi was next door with her parents. That's why I didn't really pop off of here. She was chilling with her parents, watching The Bachelor, catching up with them, and because she hasn't gotten to see them pretty much the whole time she's been working nights, so. Yeah, now it's our time. I'm gonna log off of here. And yeah, we're gonna watch some TV, make dinner, get cozy. Right, apparently I can replenish my temporal stability by killing these guys. I mean, apparently that's a thing. Nice, flax twine. Are there any more monsters nearby that I can kill to kind of try to rejuvenate it? I don't see any. Let's go make more bandages. We've lived long enough to see ourselves run low yet again. Oh, I let my torches burn out. Alright, you know what? I'll make one more fat bowl. And then we can leave 2 here for base lighting. Yeah, just like that. And then we carry 1 on us for our own personal use. Deposit that, and the arrow. All right. What percentage? 63. Alright, still got some time to wait for that. Anyway, we're good. We are great. Do I have any more dirt? No. That's the last thing we'll do, is try to regain a little bit of temporal stability while I head over here and get some dirt. We need to level out this terrain anyway. I guess I will need that shovel. A fat bowl. Oh, that's funny. I didn't even notice that. Right on. Yeah, we have to make another fat bowl. I gotta admit, this game has rapidly become like one of my favorites. There may come a time where I get bored of the gameplay loop, but I want that to stay as far away as possible. I want to keep enjoying it. I love Vintage Story. It is so fun. Consistently, just really fun. Now, somewhere out there, I believe it was over there to my left, we found a very high cassiterite reading, which means tin will be an option. Yeah, we'll get down there and we'll seek it out. Tin and bronze. I don't know why it's called cassiterite. If it's tin, why don't you just call it tin? Why you gotta be fucking a theater kid about it, you know what I mean? That's enough. 58% goes up pretty damn slow. Make a new shovel. Yeah, we just uncovered large amounts of copper, and we are going to try to make bronze in the very beginning of the next episode. Shit, well that's just about to break. Yeah, I may as well just throw it. I still have that scrap axe that we found before. We are replenished on spears now. And we have meals ready to go. By the way, there's one last thing I'm gonna do before I log out, and it's because I don't want to forget and end up wasting the food. We're gonna cook. Make these meals. All right. Yeah, we have 2 servings of hefty red meat stew in this one, and then we'll have another 2 servings in this one. In fact, yeah, you know what? I can just put away this crock pot right here. and put the other 2 servings into this one. I think they'll combine, even if they have like different parish speeds. I'm not really sure though. I know, Saturn. I know there's a scientific, perfectly valid reason. It's just, why can't it be like cassiterite bracket tin close bracket? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like a big part of why the game is so hard to learn is because like you don't know when you first start that galena is lead, right? You don't know that malachite or malachite is copper, and it's like it's like a barrier of entry type thing. Give me the soup. Got it. And then we'll cook that red meat as well. Yeah, we have 4 servings of hefty red meat stew in there. That's nice. That'll last us quite a while. Beautiful. Put that on the ground. I like this, buddy. Hell yeah. We are just about ready to log out and call it a day. After one hell of a good day. Best playthrough ever. We'll keep it going tomorrow. All right, well, everybody, take care, rock on, and peace out. Thank you so much for chilling with me today for the end of the previous adventure and a great start to this one. I hope you guys are enjoying the adventure, and I hope you're looking forward to seeing more, because I sure am. All right, fuck yeah. I was wondering, there was a weird graphical effect. It was almost like I was having a temporal storm on the main menu. It was like all glitchy and strange, jumpy. All right. Keep love alive, live to forgive, and let redemption ride shotgun, everybody, and I will see you in the next one. Have a good night and a wonderful sleep, or a great rest of your day, depending on which time zone you call home. And I will be happy to share this adventure with you guys tomorrow. All right, later, everybody. Take care for now.